Did they get the copy of the data that I dumped?
Appears that we have a whole rack of evidence that got scanned in from you.
Okay.
Yeah, back in May, brought it in.
Yeah.
It's obviously live.
They are. Okay, so if you
Hang on one second.
Oh,
We have a bunch of administrative stuff to go through, and then we'll get started on your case. It is, what's it say, Thursday, June 9th, at 8:27, and we are convening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Have quorum? Okay. All right, so we're going to start off with mention a hearing on case ID 2022-669, account number 20274, which is 2205 Cape Ann, Rockport. I have a whole bunch of administrative stuff to roll through here, and then we'll get started. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Let's verify what we have under protest is okay, Q1 market equity, okay, fine. We also have homestead exemption. That's good. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you can complete a survey regarding your experience. Copy of form is here on the table. You can take it and return it here or email it, all of the information about email addresses and so on, or on the form, as well as if you want to take one online, there's a URL, you can do that. And there's also a copy of this survey and determination package that you'll receive in the mail after this hearing. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. So in accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have evidence that you submitted before. You don't have anything else that you're going to do?
No.
Okay, great. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I have not been do solemnly swear that I indicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. William Harkins.
I am working solemnly swear or affirming testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Okay, is it William or
I go by Bill.
Bill? Okay. Bill, I have to ask if you hold a certificate or license from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board. No. Ask everybody that. And just so you know, the five of us around the table here are the appraisal review board, and work down at the end is the district representative. Scott is driving the computer. And underneath your material there is a chart that is the hearing procedure times, and that's details how we're going to be running the hearing today. You have the choice of whether or not you present first or whether or not the district presents first.
I can present first. It's fine.
That's fine with us too.
And we'll have 5 minutes right now, and then we'll have some additional minutes as we go along.
Okay. Well, in the packet, what I have is a spreadsheet that I went and I did my property plus 11 what I consider very similar in square footage of the homestead. The lots and the land, the square footage in Harbor Oaks changes dramatically from one lot to the next. So the lot is somewhat different, but I'll get back to the land in a little bit. But for the home improvements, I try to keep the square footage. Also included is a map of where they are located, all in Harbor Oaks. I do not go outside of Harbor Oaks in the overview map. Each one of those on the spreadsheet has a number that reflects back to the map. And in each one, there's a picture of the property, of each individual property that is numbered that matches that home. So, and basically what my argument is that I think we have been overcharged in our tax in comparison to similar properties. If you notice in the Excel spreadsheet from 2001 to 2002, my improvement increase is $63,000. If you look at the averages going down that spreadsheet of what these similar properties have been, 12,000, 10,000, some are lower than they had a reduction of 2,300. A reduction of 4,000, reduction of 3,000, the very bottom one, a reduction of 52. No one is not even anywhere close to the 63,180 that I have shown. And there's been no improvements in this property. The only improvements that were made were directly after Harvey: windows, fence, roof, normal painting, and upkeep. There's been no additional maintenance or upkeep on this property. So in comparison to similar properties, I think that mine is extremely high. And if you notice the ones that are highlighted yellow, and I'm not sure if it came up on your map, but it did not, but it's item property 5, property 7, and property 10. Those properties in 2021 were appraised higher than my property. In 2022, they all appraising lower than my property. So I'm not sure my increase was so dramatic that it exceeded those properties where they're all very similar in size, very similar in lot. And the other argument I have is on the tax on the land for our lot. I'm not sure what it is about our canal, but there must be oil or gold underneath my properties, because I'm at a tax rate of 7,979 square feet of land, and my tax appraisal is 303,000. There's no one even close to that other than on Lakeview, which is a little over 2,000 square feet higher, but everyone else with dramatically larger lots. The very last one, 18,843 at 270,000. So I think not only is the land overappraised, but I think the increase on the improvements in 2022 are significantly higher than what I would call an average comparison to similar or like properties in that area.
Okay, you have more time.
No,
We'll have additional time to ask questions in a minute. And then, so okay.
This is the account 20274. Last year it was certified at 519,580. This year it was noticed at 571,538. The reason for the increase on this one, if you look at the note under general, it says remarks, added years for new roof. We just need new roof, but the stuff that was indicated being done after the hurricane, it just didn't get changed as far as the condition of the property until it's happened. That's what was changed year over year. That stuff just hadn't been picked up. And there's a picture of the property. You can see it's on one of the little cut-ins there on Canoe Lake. Sale, we're going to look at what is being sold that's like the subject in this neighborhood. The best comps look like, well, the first one is it's 2204 Cape Charles. So this one's like right across the street. It's 5SS plus. It sold December of 21 for 8. So when adjusted to be like the subject, if the subject was to sell like the one across the street, it should sell for $769,000. The cop number 2 is on Cape Ann. It is very similar as far as effective years. So the condition of the property is more similar to the subject than the previous one. There was a big negative adjustment. Previous one, this one sold for $675, indicating a value of $618 for the subject. 3 is on Cape Charles again. And again, also similar effective years, within 5 years, effective age 1996. Sold for $553. It's a low sale. And so the indicated value for the subject on this one is $537,560. Comp number 4 is on Cape McCann, and it's sold for $511 when adjusted to be like the subject, and indicates a value of $633,000. The subject is noticed at $582. Median, what we're measured against is $626,181. The equity grid is other properties that aren't sales. These are just things in the neighborhood to see if there's anything funky going on and how to raise. And the median equity value is $591,575. That's because these are all 5-class homes and they have the same neighborhood adjustments. They're given an effective age, description, class. No, nothing weird. There's no 20% extra bonus value. Let's see here. So it looks like part of what's going on with the land is that the land is valued on a front foot basis. So what that means is the more waterfront you have, the more it's worth. And if you have a bigger lot, but you have a tiny little bit of water, it's not going to be worth much. And if you're one of the ones on the end that has like a big sprawling amount of waterfront, it's going to get a lot more value. And that's just how people buy stuff. They tend to buy stuff. They want more of the waterfront. They disproportionately value, the ones at the end or the ones with a bunch of that kind of angle out. And there's a big negative effect to the ones that are angled toward the water. That's probably what's going on. So it's on a front foot basis. The change year over year was that the effective age was increased. Its effective age now is 1991. It was probably in 1976.
I know we have 2 minutes to ask questions and we go.
Go back to the roof question that you started with, because I came to this appraisal review board after the hurricanes and they removed that improvement because you cannot increase the value of a property after a natural disaster according to the tax code. Everyone in this town had a nuisance bill.
Where in the tax code is that?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I presented it the last time I was here and the board said, we agree, take the roof improvements out. Everyone had a new roof put in. A new roof does not increase my value of house $50,000.
It's not just the
And it's just not in comparison to other similar properties. Their increase is not even close to what mine is. Yes, I'm okay with going with a natural improvement and increasing my taxes, but I think I'm significantly higher than everyone else in that neighborhood in comparison to property size. And the waterfront, every house listed here is waterfront.
so.
And they have much more square footage of land than I have. And the value of that tax is not even comparable.
Yeah, so the ones that you're looking at, you found ones that have a smaller amount of front footage of like waterfront, like lateral distance. So front foot valuations are good for things like downtown storefronts, waterfront property, something with highway frontage. That might be something that would get a front foot valuation as opposed to a square foot valuation. And that's because when things sell, the property owners may not consciously know they're doing it, but they're valuing things based on how much exposure they have to something. So they're going to want something with a lot more shoreline or a lot more sidewalk or whatever. Then if it goes back an extra 10 feet, it's not the same as it going sideways an extra. Like an extra 10 feet of waterfront is worth way more than an extra 10 feet back away from the water. So when we are tracking what's going on and we're going, okay, these square footage numbers are, they won't make sense. What'll happen is you'll start to see it's impossible to rectify what people are buying for these things based on the square footage. And it's because you can have well, if you look at the picto, at the end of the canal, there's a lot that's pretty big because it pokes out over half the canal and it sticks out into the road on the corner. That's not going to be the same per square foot as the one next to it.
Oh, I realize that.
Right, and the same thing's gonna happen at the end of the road, where it's like, this may be kind of a wedgie lot. And it's not really big, but it's exposed to a lot of waterfront. And those things sell for way more. So that's why but that's what it is. It's on a front foot basis. And the class, the effective age. We don't do condition codes here. We don't do like, this is in good condition, bad condition, how's the property being kept up? That's done with an effective age. So what that's saying is the house is in a condition that it would be if it was built in 1991 and then essentially not maintained ever since. So leaving it at 1976, the building should be falling apart. So anything that was done to it to keep it from deteriorating from 1991 to today is part of that effective age increase. Anything that was done in the last 30 years. That's all it is. It's just an assessment of the quality, the condition of your property. How well is it being kept up? If it has a new roof, if it gets new windows, if it gets repainted, if it's maintenance, just regular maintenance. If we don't increase that, that is also called deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance, the building will eventually just fall apart. But no, I don't know if you spent, how much you spent. I wouldn't expect it to be a $65,000 change just from one roof. All the other stuff too.
What other stuff? I mean, there's been no improvement since the storm.
Like I said, it's anything that's been done to keep it from falling apart in the last 30 years. Anything since 1991.
So that's done evenly across the board throughout the county.
Yeah, that's what we
Why
do.
is so mine disproportionately higher than anyone else's increase? Some have actually decreased.
Well, those because the building will depreciate year over year. And so if the land value doesn't change, there's no neighborhood adjustment, your property value will creep down a little bit because your building is depreciating. So the only thing that stops that from making every home in the county worth no dollars in a number of years is we have to drive around and see if people are taking care of their properties.
Well, all of these are well maintained and well cared for properties. There is no significant difference between one and the other. It's shown in the photos.
Yeah, well, if you look at the sales, they have effective ages of like, this comp number one on the sales grade is 1982, and it has an effective age of 2017. So even though it's built in 82, it's as good, the one across the street, as a home that was built 5 years ago.
It had to completely be rebuilt after the storm.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. On the equity grid, you'll see the same thing. There's stuff that was built in, yours was 76 with an effective age of 91. These are 79 effective age 94, 76 effective age 91, 75 effective age 1995. And these are going to be homes that are in the same condition. So if you look at, 2205 Cape McCann. Let's see, Cape McCann. That's me up. 2205 Cape McCann and 2406 Lakeview and 2207 Cape Ann. Those you should look at and go, yeah, that's about the same condition as my property. And they were built around what yours was. And you shouldn't look at that and be like, oh my gosh, that thing's just like blowing mine out of the water. And it also shouldn't be falling apart.
If I may ask, now I understand what you're saying about frontage and the more you have on water and also the location on the water. Is it at the end of the canal or is it at further back in? This one is not on the end. So is there a discount for that?
I don't know if there's where the land tables are, is it the same land table all the way around the, little? I mean, it's
All of those canals on the one side of Harbor Oak in Harbor Oaks are identical.
Yeah, no, I'm asking a question about the, like, in our database, if it's labeled the same. Like, do you know if all of these are, like, is there a different land table for like that one?
I think the lane table goes to here or to here.
Okay.
And then
And then
it's
there's
a little
like
bit
an
different
end
here
canal.
in the canal there on those as it goes back further. But I'm not sure how far back it goes.
Yeah, if you would pull this up, just up to the picto part of the packet. So these back here at the end of the land table, this is probably good. That's a really wide lot. Things that are like back here are different because they're at the end of a canal. And that's always an issue, but all the rest of these are the same. It's all on that same front footage. That they're all being valued the same. And it's not my square footage. The thing is, this one's gonna be, if it was on by square footage, this one would actually be less dollars because this just has an enormous amount of, waterfront exposure. And so does this one, so does this one. But if you're looking at like that one compared to this one, it's this that's creating the difference. You know what I mean? And if they're at the end of the canal, it's going to be a totally different thing. It's not totally different, but it's just going to be a different dollar per foot.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
No. That makes sense.
To go through discussing anything, then we'll have 5 minutes for the ARB and talk about situations.
Yeah, the only thing I could think to do is look at one or two of the accounts that Bill had referenced in the spreadsheet. I don't think there's going to be anything noticeable in the front foot values that are in the property cards. But just for your action, now you had excuse me, you had mentioned there were, I scribbled number 2 and number 7. So can we look at? Yeah, so it's a larger, okay. Yeah, so let's look at if we could 20287. And just look at the property. Yeah, he's got it on his spreadsheet actually.
It's spreadsheet.
And it's also on his map.
Oh, it's on the map.
Yeah.
Okay. Go down to the land section.
There you go. Same.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's, yeah.
That's it. That's FF 24442.
7. Yeah, and right. It is deceptive looking at the map, because that's at least to me is an interesting property, because if you look at the square footage of the property, it's bigger. I won't say considerably bigger, but it's bigger. It's a bigger lot, but it has less front footage. So this has got 97, you've got 10 something, 101. But it's at the same rate. So I can't see I personally can't see any challenges with the with the land segments. One last question, Scott, the neighborhood improvement value in 21 and the previous year.
For the subject thing,
Yeah, that's fine. Just, I mean, I can see what it is now. I wanted to see what it was, what the increase might have been. David, you're right, the increase in improvement value is,
125.
okay. So a combination of the change with the adding effective years and the 10% additional increase in the neighborhood adjustment. The neighborhood adjusted is a percentage increase that's applied to the whole neighborhood. Those two in combination are what drove what looked like a more significant increase from 21 to 22. So anyway, I
don't see we have a lot of
yeah.
changes. Market value, $626,000 change. Equity value was $591,575 in those cases. Changes to run. You have to recommend it.
You know, David,
I agree.
The only work I did.
Page 22, 669, 2274, 2205 again, Rockport, after hearing information from the protesters, the district. The district is approved, noted price of 582, so 60 is actually significantly below the market.
all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
is it two, right?
We had two others, yeah, possibilities, but they
So we break to 10.
got up early.
Me too.
I was dragging today.
I know I said that I settled the stuff that we treated, there's still other stuff.
Yes, yeah, we still have to
Oh,
that stuff.
Yeah, well, like 6 of them are gone.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, the 3 o'clock.
3, 6 are gone.
The agent one.
Which was right.
How's it ranked? How's it ranked with the agent? That's 3 o'clock, we had 6 o'clock.
So,
No, it doesn't. But it's nice to know.
During COVID, we're all doing this on Zoom. It was great when we were at home, you know.
So the breaks didn't really bother you, yeah.
So we have 4 potentials.
Y'all, did y'all find those?
I didn't check what the Jewish were.
No, I was just wondering.
I was looking for one that I would say.
And when I was looking through and counting the first time, I caught a couple, but yeah. Oh, here's a Sun Harbor. Yeah, that's two. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's it, we have some business, if y'all wanna go ahead and do that.
Yeah, let's take it.
It's just 13 minutes.
Yeah, you can get it.
That's right.
Outlet Julia LLC, As a swing main, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, so.
Well, she'll tell us.
An agent. 5, so.
That tax code that he referenced. Could you find that? Are you looking for?
No, I wasn't looking for it.
He asked. I was just kind of wondering. You know, sometimes they mention things. We're not aware of. I like to know where that was.
It was the removal of value for something that was.
In the disaster.
During the.
All right. What's the roof? Yeah, so we already had it removed and then we brought it back on.
Oh, with breakout.
Well, it's a bit of a misnomer because what happened was an increase in the age, in the effective age. Now, that only, you look here, it only applied to the main area. There were other elements that didn't pick up the increased age. And whether that's one aspect of it, that one feature, the other things too, that kind of picked up as a result of increasing the age.
That was made it there, that was pulled it over, yeah, and then it's on that, what?
Is it June 6th?
Yeah, the minutes of June 6th. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
This is cool. I'm not finished. I started later, I'm sorry. Let's do go. Okay. No.
Make the motion that the Aransas County Fair Review Board meeting minutes of June 6th, 2022 will be approved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so approved. Thank you.
If I can find something.
If not, we're gonna start eating candy.
So I think, tax code section 23. In place, if we're gonna lose stuff, that's where stuff like that might be mentioned.
There's a tax code book up there. We could look in there.
If you wanted to, yeah.
If we go forward and we want to read that, or we pass on. I could Google it.
Yeah, and plus the, yeah, no problem. I won't trip this stuff.
She won't trip you. It's too early to trip you.
I've never looked at it in this context. Well, no, in this format, because the stuff online seems like it's organized a little,
What section of the tax code you said?
well,
Because it breaks it down to different.
yeah, 23. Tax code section 23 would have been where I would have started looking. And the only reason
Appraisal methods. Oh, goodness, look at this.
yeah, and there's I think there's a 22, 23.
Appraisal
And I'm
methods.
looking here under, yeah, 23, 23, 23, 24. There's a thing on post-hurricane appraisal. And also the thing about the GLO properties and how things that GLO replacements as a result of a natural disaster, there are certain effects that really can't include
So what happens in a disaster, let me just throw this out, is, okay, Harvey. I'm gonna use my value ordinance as an example. I was, okay, the year after Harvey, I was taxed at, let's say, $100,000. In the following year, I guess that's when all the improvements, because it had no value or no house. 2018, yes.
Yes, it's fine.
Right, and so that year, it was 100,000, that tax year. So the following year, it had a big bump of, let's say, 250,000. And that would have been my protest, so to speak.
You had to put your house back in order at that point.
I'm sorry.
You had to put your house back together at that point.
Let's see, 18, yeah, it was a year and a half, I guess. So that's when then all of these assessed values and the equity and all of that stuff kicked in. And it gave it such a big bump. Because it went from 100,000 to $250,000.
What was it the year before? It was 100,000.
The
The year before,
was less. No, it was 100,000.
now I'm talking about the year 2017, before the storm.
I don't remember.
A lot of people went down because of the damage.
I think that's what it was. It went down.
Instead of,
And then it took such a big jump
right.
that I was very confused. Like so many other people.
Yeah, they had a, was it 25, 50, 75% rating on each house if you were
Yeah.
25% complete, 70% clear, whatever the number was. Yeah. So that's where that number came from.
Yeah, and I think that's what may confuse some people.
Yeah. I don't know what it
was.
Everyone.
And in here, you had a lot of, people just don't understanding that, yes, they had taken 25, 50, 75% off of their value because of the destruction that they put back.
I know.
Even though in some cases they weren't all done, it's like, there's no way they could look at every single property.
No.
Now they're back 75%, whatever.
That's part of
Yes.
Yeah, and then they
I came in.
developed this worksheet, because as things were getting put back together, people, you know,
Oh, yeah.
they were partway done and then you had to try, because the appraisals that were done right after the storm, really, as January 1st, 2018. They really did use this approach that Kathy mentioned, where they took an area,
Mhm.
25%, 0, 25%.
Especially the areas that were so highly.
All they could do.
Yeah, with the number of, and the number
That's all
of,
the way to do it.
Well, it's the first time they had to do that,
Let's hope it's the last.
you know,
Oh,
for a long time.
Well, no.
What would happen when people were constructing? I was getting that one. People came in the following years,
Mhm.
with that checklist, there's, okay, you have walls, that you have air conditioning, these has a value. And then depending on that value, what actual percentage of damage you still have. Right?
yeah.
So,
Yeah, and it was very confusing for not only the residents, but the board, the appraisal. Disregard that.
I was here.
And too.
It must have been hard for you guys to even come in because you had your own issues to deal with.
But, yeah, it was very confusing because nothing had happened like that. It was a district of people wanting to raise a review board, federal district. So they had to come up with this.
Mhm.
I don't know if the state devised that or they devised it here. I'm not sure who did that, but anyway, it was a really rough year for everybody.
Oh, yeah, a lot of, yeah.
Well,
And
and
you
you
know,
didn't even have a building to meet in.
Oh, right. Well, we were into this. Before we were in the building, and then we came into this building. but We had like this little dark corner in the back. We all did. What we're still back there or still listening. No, until then we were 2 years over there.
I came from my review last year, you were in the middle of this
We were in the back.
building right here.
yeah, because this was damaged.
What's
Oh, yeah.
bare walls.
Well, and of course, this was a bank. And,
It got flooded.
yeah, that was last summer.
What bank was this?
Now you,
Oh, that's right.
and I don't know where it was before that.
Um, It was really annoying because on the corner of Pearl and the bypass where that ER place is now, they actually the district tried to buy that property, buy that building. And the guy refused to come down. It would have been a great
Great
facility.
location, yeah.
It
And
was
then,
way smaller than this.
I don't know.
I've been in it, but I didn't.
The doctor, what used to be the doctor's office.
Well, they
It
put
was
it up with
emergency.
the dialysis place.
Oh, yeah, the one that
Originally,
never opened.
yeah, when it first was built.
Oh, no, it is, it's not as big.
Okay.
Because I've been in there too.
But anyway, the guy that the the current owner, the guy that bought it now, he came in last year, and he got a hell of a deal. Because I guess the guy that was selling it, that wouldn't come down to the district, and maybe it was because it was the district or government or whatever, but he thought that they'd be able to get something.
And
Now the reality set in.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I think the guy won with the price for it. That place is interesting.
Yeah,
I buy there all the time. I'm back in that area. There's a car that parked runs.
It never really opened. I mean, they're never had. Are they all?
Yeah.
They weren't for a
It'd be hard
long time.
hard to tell that.
There's no doctor there.
Because somebody else,
Take an X-ray.
yeah,
Really?
Don't have any page.
I don't know what they do, because at the time, the guy was,
they've gotta have one.
they were doing,
They're gonna treat COVID.
COVID, yeah, COVID.
now where is this at the critical care unit?
No, this is a.
Oh, on the corner of Pearl and,
Bypass.
yeah.
It's small, it used to be dialysis and stuff, so,
Yeah.
I did go in there. I mean, all that was scary.
Around the parking lot, around the people.
And
Yeah,
it's
that's
like-
fine. You guys-
Rounded up business for it?
I am. Yeah, they 8 o'clock, that showed up early. I was like, get in there. So he's gonna be coming in.
Get in there.
So on.
Get in there. I love it.
no place but Texas, because some of these conversations. Some of the things that
You
he
didn't
said
hear.
to people who were coming in.
You know what I get a kick out of this is my husband's always saying, I'm fixing to. Fixing to. I'm like,
Wait,
no, I can't do that.
What's the other one, everybody, what the?
That was like.
Great.
so when we moved to New York, I was a senior in high school.
To Texas?
Oh, rude awakening.
Well, we moved to Houston.
A little better.
Well, that, yeah.
My father
Very
worked for
good.
Shell Oil. The whole corporate office moved to New York City. So anyway, at the time, I don't know if you remember the show Cloud.
Yes.
Dennis Weaver.
Yes, we were, there's one more thing in a minute to go, and I saw that.
And the cloud was always saying, there you go, there you go. So I had to get I think now,
Yeah.
I had to get a physical for high school. At the doctor that we went to, first off, he started doing this, there you go, kind of thing. So my mother was cracking up the whole time. And then they said that I had to have a hearing test, right? And he took out his pocket watch and he said, "Can you hear that?" That was the hearing test. Yeah. Here, I'll do this before we do a lot or something.
Yes.
Get back to them.
Motion of the Aransas County.
Yes.
A motion of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board meeting minutes of June 8th, 2022. I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's, and it's approved.
Are you okay with thirty nine?
Sure.
I just want to okay. I will be like.
I mean.
Yes, yeah, I gotta go out there and get these on over.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, because I don't want to.
Pretty serious. Potential.
I'm sorry, tag on, potential tag.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Shook him up.
Yeah.
What,
And then right after that, they still protested. Yeah, the close and you know.
They won't do nothing about it.
She said that, you know, free world, obviously, free protest. No, it's not. Apparently, people say, well, protest because federal.
elected.
I don't care who you are, Democrat, Republican.
Especially. First of all, it's a terrible.
I think if you do it, you know, at their office in front of the building, that will, but not all.
Yes, they were, and their families there, that, they
Yeah,
did.
well, he invented so. He invented that.
I know, he said that. And why? Did he give a reason why? I mean, who knows, a lot of people don't have to have a reason.
I would bet it's just.
They have personal security, which I don't know, or I hope that they're practicing.
Well, they probably do.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Don't they get federal security?
I think they do.
I get nervous sitting right here with my back to it.
You know, that is so funny that you would say that. That has crossed my mind a couple of times and I'll push it out. Because I'm thinking, you know, I mean,
No, that's gotta come in.
somebody's gonna come in, you know who they're getting, us three. Maybe we ought to pick these over.
I'd see it coming the other
I can see it.
If
now.
I see you,
Oh.
if I see you moving, I'm getting a photo too.
You better head that way. Go back.
It is, it's a shame.
Let me
So
get
bad.
in my truck.
Well, and you had people in here who right here, we knew we're not happy.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of them.
But he wasn't in here, we had a couple of days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And I'm sitting close to him. He can grab me
Remember there was the one that.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
if we want.
Oh, yeah.
That was yesterday.
I don't think I asked.
No, there you go.
Oh, I hope I-
And then if you go to ACAD, you can look up her.
Yeah, I didn't your name.
Well, yeah,
On our property, we
it's
Oh,
public, and they can do that, they find your name.
wish they would take that off.
But you can almost do it, just put in the name.
Yeah.
The computer, and it'll bring you up everything. It may take you a couple of minutes to get the specifics, but I did it on me and there was my phone number, my address, not only this address, but the last 6 addresses.
We related to.
Yeah. Everything but my bank.
And go to the percent. I laughed at Tom. Your father, a way return every year. And when he gets a refund, he wants the check. I don't want them to have my bank record.
They got it.
And I told him, Tom, I said, how do you get your social security check? He said, well, they deposit in my
There
account.
you go.
Good job.
Okay, don't give him your account number. And he stopped, you know, that's about. So now he, when he gets a refund, he just. direct deposit. So much.
They owe me $7,000 from this year's taxes. Last
They
year's
owe you
taxes.
that?
I tried to call them, I tried to do everything, I did get them one time about a year ago. And I filed it like March or. Yeah, 20. And,
What's
they
the
said,
whole?
"Oh, yeah, we see it, I see your taxes and all this. Is there a problem with the water or whatever? He said, no, we just, you're in line.
In line.
So I've got this year's refund. Mine,
Yeah.
I don't know how to pursue it.
Yeah.
You have a tax authority. Do you have a tax?
Robert Daniel can have a whole hundred, I can't tell you.
Huh?
I don't know.
Yeah, she does mine good. She's great. I file a late return every year. She does. I do.
Yeah, we.
And I don't even have to tell her I'm being late. I mean, she did.
Tom's the same way. I've already gotten my refund and he's just filed his,
I turned mine in first week of February to her, but it's just so complicated.
Yeah, but mine's not complicated.
Mine
She
is-
does the
mine
same
is
thing, and I told her, I don't want it.
My last
delayed.
year's
I want it
return was
in
about
and
62
sent,
pages.
and it still took me going back and giving more information. And the only way I knew she needed that information was I called to see how the situation was going.
Too busy.
And she had this and this that she needed. I said, why didn't she tell me? Yeah. So I got that for her, and then I called out 2 days later and said, you know, have you gotten everything down? Oh, yeah. And then the next day they called and said, we're still.
In that case, since you don't own money. I know. I mean, I know there's places that will, that you can hire when you own one.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens, how you deal with those cases, and I have read articles about how my clients are still waiting behind the eight ball on dealing with all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
One gentleman we had last week. 2 years ago.
Not too long. Yeah.
That's what I do.
I don't know what's going on.
That's
The
what I
code shut them down. Yeah.
And see, I take mine and
They're taking fast because
I
they,
get it, email.
they destroyed
I take them in. And
On
I'm telling
purpose.
you, in
something
3
like
weeks,
30 million
and I
documents,
go and sign it.
which they claim are not legal.
Stacy Brewer, CPA, and she's a random pen.
What a mess.
I actually sent them a letter, they didn't send me one, but screwed it up, was I was really active.
Yes. Let's see, I got her number here.
I got on the phone.
Yeah.
So I paid my taxes.
You know, like getting help.
Then they, it was. Got all, we said, okay, well, we're not charged as much. It was 10,000. I already paid that. Well, they sent me a letter saying, we're
Yeah.
increasing your refund.
Wow.
What's it like having to pay more taxes?
No, she's got a great.
And so,
Yeah.
oh, great, and you'll get a check in the mail, blah, blah, any questions, blah, 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 and people call anybody. So, you know, there was like 13 certified letters. 8
7,
later,
5,
I got
8,
the
8, 3, 4, 2.
I word that.
Stacy Brewer,
Like my 6
and she is a CPA,
I couldn't tell you that.
not just an account.
I'll ask my neighbor,
I didn't know.
Ron Z.
I think you'd be.
Well, no, her.
Oh, I'll throw around the cup with other people
Yeah.
that had to.
Go in.
Or lives in Austin, and work with them.
Right.
And I'll just, I mean, even they, you know, somebody or some site, you know.
I guess you can. And she's got some. Yeah, what could have happened? They didn't have much to do.
Yeah.
Well,
Should I go get boots? Oh, my gosh. That's for
anyway, okay, thank you.
Yeah. And she's just a very, very sweet lady and she's got an excellent staff.
I will pass that along. to a couple of-
Yeah. It's fun.
I have it. So he has a copy. Somebody sent me a video about this Starbucks thing. And the guy got, and you know, they have small and.
Yeah. They don't call it small. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
And took, and he did it very slowly and, you know, with the cameras zoomed on it, took the coffee out of a small and poured it into the next size up, and it's the exact same amount of coffee in all 3 sizes.
So the vegetable was the filler of some sort.
They're
Small and bigger.
is bigger around.
They
kind of
neck them down, but they bring them up. It's the same amount of volume.
the same, exact same amount of coffee.
And then huge differences in price.
Oh, yeah,
I
sure.
mean, one's like, you know, this big,
Yeah.
grande or whatever they call it. I
But
don't
then
know.
the price was thicker because it weighs heavier.
Look at all your products in the store, they're all downsizing the amount you get, but
Yeah.
so that you have to raise the price.
So you don't have to.
But you need to raise the cracker. They're half the thickness they used to be, and a third less in the tube.
Check
For the
things
same
like
price?
cake mixes. They're, that's where
Same
you
price.
probably see it.
That way they get away
Ounces are going
from
down.
raising price.
That's why your cakes don't come out as loud as they used to. I bake a lot and, I was trying to figure out why it didn't, you know, because you used to get out of the package 2 really nice layers. And now you can't do it because.
But it's the same price.
It's the same price.
So you think.
So you don't think.
I think they did another all-time high, yes.
No, we can't.
It was down.
47 cents.
Four 49 on zero.
No, it was down.
National rent just at $2,000.
What's that?
National average rent was $2,000. The other day.
National. That is
Which is
crazy.
funny because if it's $2,000, you're supposed to make 3 times that. You gotta make 72 grand a year, and median income is still like. Yeah.
I'm not charge enough.
The average person can't afford the average. rent.
Yeah.
I'm too low on my rent. I'm not gonna do it, because
Yeah, but if you've got good people.
I do,
that's
it's worth it to me.
Put my boat barn, I keep them full, but I don't charge them too much, you know?
Better to have a good paying customer than one.
I mean,
that-
It
Definitely.
really is,
I'm 100% occupied before I even finish building,
it is way smarter.
and they don't move.
That's what I think. They also work for boats.
My tenants are excellent. They pay on time. I did go up $50 though. I hope. After 8 years, $50. I mean, well, my property manager said I could get $2,000.
That's the average.
I know it. I heard that. I was like, yeah, sure.
I'll take less if I got stable tenants, and I don't have to chase them.
So we're not ripping
That's
Yes.
true.
it. That's crazy. It's like, no, please don't quit.
Yes.
I'll give you a month. free.
I know.
Yeah.
Single time and all kinds of ways and stuff. All this motorcycles.
That's fine. Yeah.
Oh, there went the carpet. Only the chlorine and the. Oh, shoot. Words.
Yeah.
The oil. Now I have another one that. Trying to get somebody that's. Well, you want
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't want my tenants to move, because then I've got to change the carpet, I've got to paint, I've got to. You know, it's not worth it. They're happy there, I'm happy they're happy,
No. If it's soon.
but that's crazy. $2,000, I don't know.
Bill, they're getting ready to finish 2 houses out there in the subdivision. And I thought about, well, I'm gonna buy one of them and sell one, you know, and probably keep them all. Still overhead door and the open. You know, it's crazy.
It's gonna be, here's number 676. The property is only if she lives in the doing it right now.
I got one.
You know, and you guys' life would be so much easier. If you just change the methodology to do.
Nine tenths of people. Well, that's the typical thing it's to relate to, right? You know, okay, I think they're doing a great job on this and all this, you know, which I'm sure it's gonna really amount of time.
Yeah.
And then they get, you know, so long. I hope.
You did.
Not counting.
That's one for the day.
I said sometime in July, we're gonna build a campfire in the middle. And the doors and stuff.
Oh, okay, I'll bring the, I've got.
Oh, really?
Really?
Get a pontoon set right here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All I have to do is understand.
Yeah, I know.
Small part, we don't do it Texas. You're safe on this side. With the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's done? Yeah, we want to clear here.
Yeah, we have one or two. There's also like a lot of them are just getting resolved.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, you know, the past couple of years, there was a whole lot of people who were just not used to how, you know, it was changed for the first time in forever. But the thing is that once that's just how it's done, people that are new coming into it are like, you know, it's not, it's the way it's done in most other places. Not.
Yeah.
It's easier to have a conversation that's, you know, a lot of it was just like, what's not we've done before. Most of the meetings are always. Yeah, yeah.
So, Eamon, y'all did a protest. And then you answer that protest, right? And you can settle it, or make an offer. Settle. And so that's usually the process.
Yeah, so if somebody turns in a protest, it'll get assigned to somebody.
Yeah.
And then if there's contact information, the appraiser might call down and say, hey, we work with the protester, we can send us stuff. It's proactive. There's some information. And that information might be involved. With commercial stuff specifically, it's like, here's their actual.
Yeah.
And yeah, if there's something that you're agreeable, the ones that are here are either like, the appraiser doesn't agree, or can't make that kind of a change because
Come in here, then you.
it's too subjective, or the there's no communication.
Okay. That's what happens. Oh, God, I just joking. We gotta get back and reach it out. Yeah, I agree.
I can't see any.
If I didn't, I need to do it.
Right.
Like, I read and like.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we do. Okay. Yes. Oh, we should, I'm sorry.
It's a little crowded.
This bar is. It's. There it is.
Did you find them?
Ooh, not find them. I think those are yours. Glasses. You can use them. You need your navigating seat. No, that's okay. I didn't.
I said the majority of us have glasses.
That's right. Oh, I can see it, right?
Almost. Yes. I mean, bigger than
Or a phone.
you passed. Okay, I have a bunch of administrative stuff to go through before we get started in the meat of your hearing. So we're commencing hearing on case ID 2022-676, count number 42588, which is 315 Oak Street in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify exactly what's in the protest.
market value and median level. They go 200.
Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey form is immediately left here. All the information on where to return it, how to return it, in terms of emails and URL and so on is on this form. As well as information about an online survey, if you'd like to take that instead. The survey is voluntary, but we certainly appreciate anything that. You have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. We have a couple pages of information that you provided in the district.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have the opportunity to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Well, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, or you'll be asked to swear in, and that's what do that.
Each one of you will read the statement aloud, please.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name, please.
Thomas Frank.
You need to think of a name, just do that.
Which name do I give now?
Pretty much.
Grandma.
Yeah, you can go ahead and read your statement.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name.
And I am Burton solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, I need to ask both of you, do either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board?
No.
Okay, that's fine. In front of you here is the hearing procedure times, and this is, it shows how we're going to be running the hearing today. And it takes two forms. One is if you wish to go first, make your presentation first, or if you'd like the district to go first. You have, you get to make the choice of which you'd like to have happen.
Well, I'll go.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
You have 5 minutes right now.
I'll
for your
let you
presentation.
box.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
You get extra minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the horn will go off when we.
Oh, no.
Okay. Our taxes went up considerably, like 61.75% on my land value. This list here, you can see, which equates out to $2.75 per square foot. Okay, and the list, the numbers on the right column, that's everybody else's on the block total. Some of them, there's one that's 91 cents a square foot. There's another one that has no tax at all. 210, 235, 190. It's all across the board per square foot. And that's my main, one of my gripes. The other gripe is my improvements went to 6,000. There is nothing on the property. We have a RV on it. But 3 years ago, I think it was 3, they told us we had trailer pad, which I do not know the definition of a trailer pad. Because we called here, or I'm sorry, maybe not here, but the number on, and the man told us that he doesn't know what trailer pads were, but they're only $4,000, so that's only $40 on your taxes. That's from the gentleman, whomever it was that we talked to when we called. Well, I've done everything to this property since Harvey. It had a home on it that was destroyed. I mean, everything gone. And yes, we have an RV sitting on it, but I don't even know what a trailer pad is. They couldn't tell me what a trailer pad is. They charged $4,000, so rather than come down and go through all of this, we just decided to heck with it. Well, now it's $6,000 on this 2022 taxes for nothing that I can see or that anybody can tell me when we call.
And the trailer's not as, it's a pop-up.
It's not, I mean, it's not a huge, it's just an RV type of trailer, 26 foot. I mean, it's just something I can, if it's gonna.
On cement pad or?
There was cement there from previous.
We think it wasn't that on the sidewalk.
It was like a sidewalk, we think, that it's all, it's all cracked from Harvey. But anyway, my main thing is I'm paying on my property per square foot. I'm paying the same thing as some commercial property. There's only a 2 or maybe 3. Well, there's one other one that's a commercial. It's listed as a commercial property, and I figured that out, and it figures out to $270 per square foot, and I'm sitting at $275 a square foot. And mine is nothing. I mean, there's nothing on it. Except for, like I said, the ARB. And you can see that on my paperwork, there's only thing they've got listed should be trailer pads at $4,000. And then now they're $6,000. So they've added $2,000 to it. Just to me, it looks like they pulled it out of the air and stuck it to it. That's my gripe. And I don't even know what dollars it equates out to, and it's just not right. I mean, I can understand if they can average and everybody is, if it's just some are 275 and some are at 190, then let's reach in the middle. Everybody's square footage on dirt, to me, should be the same unless it's commercial dirt. That's my gripe. But here, like I said, and some of these are right next to me. Here's one at 91 cents. That's what it equates out to. 18,000 square foot. And the market value on them is $16,353. Well, that, like I said, that equates out to 91 cents a foot. And like I said, I'm paying $270, and this guy's right across the street from me. Yes. Now, the one.
You got a couple more minutes.
Oh, no, that's my main gripe. Okay. And and I understand taxes, but, well, I don't understand them, but, it's all something we have to live with. And,
Well, the district has 2 minutes for any questions they have of you and 5 minutes for their presentation. So as soon as Amy gets straightened out over there, they'll come back and start.
Everyone did business. Yes.
I figured that y'all could have done this with a push of a button, and it took me 3.5 hours to go through there one at a time writing this.
Well, we thank you for your diligence.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something right now, y'all are so much nicer than Wilson County.
Good.
Thank you.
I remember.
Believe me.
I remember. Yeah.
7 minutes.
Okay, there's a few little rabbits to chase. This one right here, this just has to do with how the value was distributed. They're not at 91 cents. They're at like $2 and something cents. I don't know what it was. But this one had a house on it and the house was demolished and like they bought it and it's like a tear down or it's gonna be demolished. But they purchased the lot, and when the value was adjusted, because we had it as being that the house was relatively fine, old but not garbage. Instead of taking the improvement value to 0, it just, the system distributed some of it to the land and some to the improvement. You know, it was a weird wacky number. But the thing was to get this down to $40,000 for the land. That was what that number was. But they're not at 91 cents. Nobody in here is. Also, this one is not 0. This one has a land value.
Yeah.
This one is not, I don't know, maybe where you were looking at one populating or something, but they definitely have.
I took that straight off of your appraisal report that you have online. That's exactly, you know.
You just go to the whole history of it. So they've got $36,000 worth of.
Well, it's got a question, I mean, it's got NA by it. So I'm just off, everything I've done it straight off of your paperwork. That.
Yeah, I don't know what
all-
well, this is what they'll everything will be calculated off of. So I don't know, maybe there's something like plain funky on our website. But that leads into what these are. And this is like a really good list right here. You did a good job finding land values and stuff. But if you were to, depending on how you sort this, if you were to sort it by this size or by the dollars per square foot, you would notice there's an inverse relationship. The bigger the lot is, the less dollars per square foot it is. So the smaller a lot is, it's going to be more dollars per square foot. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but a square foot of land is still a square foot of land, whether it's on a big lot, a little lot, you know, or anything else.
So let's think about it in like an extreme example. If I was to buy a 100 by 100 plot of land
Mhm.
and I was to pay $100, and then I was gonna go buy one that was 1,000 by 1,000 acres, it's not gonna be the same per square foot. There's gonna be an enormous reduction in price per square foot, or else those acres would be worth trillions of dollars. It would just be a ridiculous number. It's called an economy of size. So the bigger a lot is, the less it is per square foot. It's true everywhere. That's true everywhere all the time. But within every land table, it's like a gradient. So at different points of square footage, it'll be like, okay, everything over 5,000 square feet is this many dollars per square foot. Everything over 7,500 square feet is some other number per square foot. And it just reduces down until you get into like huge acreage tracts. And the really huge ones are gonna be like, 30 cents a foot or something. Same thing happens with homes, with the buildings, the house per square foot, it's more per square foot when it's smaller. It is a broad economic principle, but that's what you found. What you found is that we have land tables that are scaled based on the size of the lot. Because yours is small, we go to our evidence. Just the second page. Third page. So this one should be less per square foot than that one. Because in reality, it is. Like this one is oh, this one's bigger, right? It's got like one house on it. This is actually bigger than this. But if somebody was going to buy this, they're not gonna value that extra square footage as much as like the initial square footage that fits the house. You know, there's this one and this one's a little bit bigger and that one's a little bit bigger. There's just, this one right here is not gonna be per square foot the same as that one. It just never is anywhere, but that's what you found, is if you're on a land table. So if we look at the sales grid, which is the next page, this is vacant land for sale there on Oak Street, Lakeview Road, Myrtle Lane. The sale was for. Oh, this is a regular grid. That's okay. So we have a sale for 122,000. So I was in earlier in the year about my homestead exemption. Everything went through. So watch it. This first one here, is $122,000 was paid for 30,000 square feet. That means they paid about $4 a foot. So if you go to the top three. This is only 7,500 square feet, much smaller. They paid 45,000, which indicates $6 a foot for that one.
On Myrtle?
Yeah, on Myrtle. So it is still, if you notice, it's still overall less dollars. They're not paying more for a smaller lot, but per square foot, it's more. And that happens all the time. So that, anyways, that's where those come from. Our median value for these sales of vacant land in this area is 56,550. And the equity grid is just on a land table. Everybody's on the same land table. It is scaled based on size. Everybody's on the same land table. They're on the, it's called a sunset. Oh,
You're out of time if you want to.
Oh, I was just gonna tell you what a TP is. I think you may have called a different office, maybe you call the tax office. Everybody here knows what a TP is. It's the hookup for the RV, it's the septic primarily. So it's septic and electric for a mobile home or RV. So that's what that value is. That value is the ability to not have to haul it off to pump it out. Plug it in. Okay. It's the utilities. That's what that is, 4,000.
Well, now it's 6,000. So I don't I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, do you have septic in the electric?
Yeah, we pay for it every month and don't use it, but because we're not here. We've been here once this year.
So it is an improvement on the land.
I go along with that, but I went from 4,000 to 6,000.
Right, so when the whole neighborhood gets adjusted, the improvement values get adjusted, the trailer pads are included. So anything that's not land is going to get this neighborhood-wide value adjustment.
Well, there's nothing in there that says anything about this.
Because you would need 15 textbooks in a few years to understand everything that's going on. It's like, this is a career, a lot going on. But I can explain to you for your property what's going on. I don't know who you call, because everybody here definitely.
No, I did not call them this year. No, this was when they first put the $4,000 on there. All of a sudden, I have improvements that I know nothing about, nor did they.
So when a house has a utility, the house has septic and electric and all that. But it's baked into the value of the home. When the houses got removed after the hurricane, we were kind of faced with options. Like one option was leave the value of the utility or under the house on every lot that had a demolished home. Or don't. And we basically said, we're not going to do that. Because one, we're trying to raise the value, because two, a lot of times those utilities weren't up to the, they had to do stuff to them, they were messed up. And so your house is there, it's got septic and electric and stuff, probably still has a power pole, your house is ripped out. So we would put it at nothing. We would
Right, and, you know.
And then when someone parks an RV in it and says, hey, the septic's still working and hooked up to it, plugs into the power pole, then the trailer pad gets added on. If a house gets built on it, that trailer pad also. So it's part of navigating hurricane damage. But that value is primarily the secondary, but it's all utilities.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying 61.75% markup in 1 year on my property. That there's nothing over there to sell for that. There's nothing to sell right now.
All these three land sales are happening. That's the problem. We're not raising it for fun. We only raise it whenever sales happen and we're way below what they're selling. That's when we make adjustments. If there's nobody selling stuff, we're not looking for.
Because there's, been one that I know of on Oak Street. Now you figure a block over from me are high-end houses. So, I mean, you're not comparing apples to apples. That's still what I'm saying about the land. You're not comparing apples to apples when you compare me to the guy next to me that's got manicured yards, fences, high-end stuff, and I got a piece of dirt. Basically what I have.
Can we look at 28012? I'm thinking of.
I'm sure that's the property number. I can't tell you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, back out a little bit. So that's Sweet Bay right here. This is that's the other end of Market Street. They paid 122,000. That's just a piece of land.
It's on.
Well, we're on, we're at 315.
That one's 208 Oak Street. That's comp number one. So
Yeah, I finally found
you're
315,
that's you.
right?
That one sold for 122,000.
Well, yeah, but that's $4 manicure and everything. See, I mean, I go by looks. I mean, I drive down the road, you're talking grass, fencing, whether it be a rear fence, I don't know.
We're not at $4 a foot.
Well, I know, but I'm the highest one on Oak Street.
Per square foot, you
Per
might be higher
square
than
foot.
some of the other ones because yours is small.
It's still square feet. This is what I'm having trouble understanding is per square foot. Because my neighbor at home just sold 100 acres for 3.2 million. So, I mean, your theory on that, I think, is a little off, but I can't say that because I don't live here. I live here.
It's actually true in San Antonio. That's actually true for ducks feeding on the farm. It's true everywhere all the time. It's called an economy of size. It's just a matter of there's a certain amount of the land. It's like, well, I want to build a house. Not every square foot is going to be exactly. There's diminishing returns on that.
But still, square footage of dirt is still square footage of dirt. But that's the side, So.
Okay. Your time is up. You have a minute to close.
No, there's good questions. Good questions about that. Land table, what's CP and stuff, those are all great questions. Hope that's making sense.
Still, you have. Sure, whichever one. You have another minute if you
I know what it's not gonna do any good, but, yeah, because he's stuck in big and little, well, yeah, I'm not. It's real simple.
I have two things I'd like to, okay, real quick. Scott, can we look at the neighborhood adjustment from last year? There's two things I want to explain. Okay.
You mean the value lines last year?
There's an element that's called a neighborhood adjustment. Damon referred to it. Hang on a second, I'll show you where it's shown on the top. I guess
Last year, there was no neighborhood adjustment.
that's what. So could you show the property card? And this in some respect gets to what Damon was saying about you. Crazy. Down at the bottom there under the improvement that he's kind of highlighting here. There's an element, an ID or a piece of information, 150%. What that means is the whole area, the entire area, the value was increased by 50%. So that means that factor was applied to everyone. Your neighbors, everybody in your area got their appraisals went up 50% just because of the neighborhood, the improvements or the factors of what was going on in the neighborhood. Okay, that addresses or deals with why you see the change from 4,000 to 6,000 on your TP1 on your trailer path, because it was the year before 4,000, and when they applied the 150% neighborhood adjustment, we've got an increase from 4,000 to 6,000. Okay. The second thing I was going to ask is it possible to display the land table for this area? And I know this can be a difficult concept, which is what he referred to as economy of scale. So in that,
You have to pull it up here first.
they
With our economy right now, it ought to be.
Well,
I'm, that's what's going to happen to the.
okay. There you go. Okay. So what this is indicating is based on the sizes of the properties, there's a rate that's applied based on these clip levels, right? 5,000, 7,000, 9,000, and so on.
It's a square footage.
This is square footage.
Okay.
So you can see your property was 10,000, just a shot, 10. Okay, so you fell into this range here, so that's why you got a rate of 275 a foot. Somebody that had 9,000 square feet was 310 a foot. Somebody that has 14.5 is 240. And while you did a great piece of work, and I know you invested a lot of time in that list of properties, it does jump out at you with respect to, as you go down through here, the sizes, 19, 18, 22, and so on, how that land table is applied to different rates. And I know it can be, sometimes may not feel right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that dirt is dirt.
Well, it is.
But there is an economy of scale that's used to apply these different rates based on the size of properties.
That's not just something that we do here, it's not everyone.
Yeah.
It's not specific to an industry.
Yeah, well, we still have. You know, it don't make. Forget it.
Our finding happens I don't see. Changing property is actually at the level 34.50, and when it's below the median market sales, which are 56,550, and they're 34.50.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, I'll make a motion on 2022, page 676. 14. Thank you, Margaret. How we best serve regarding market value and appraisal. And then continuing to ARB, the value noted on the property of 34,050. In place.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, sorry.
Those two.
It's noted. That's just the given and all.
Right.
Okay.
I got a question. What does it cost me to go see the judge about this?
Okay. I don't have those details in the determination package you will receive is the information about
Okay,
Well,
okay, yeah,
how to, yeah.
right, okay, I'm just curious, and where did this gentleman go?
He's here, he's here.
Yeah, you need to chat with them?
Yes, because, since y'all can't do anything that way, she has turned 65 this year, and we're going to homestead the piece of property.
That's excellent. Okay.
And,
No,
yeah,
I thought they could handle it. No?
Close the hearing.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, you did close, okay. Is that this can't be homesteaded because there is not a homesteadable, there's not a living area on the property.
there's an RV,
That's correct.
okay, that's a living area.
Okay, it's an RV for these purposes is not a living area that is homesteadable.
You can't just homestead land.
Right, I understand that. So if I,
That's not our choice.
no, and please, help me out all you
Right,
can.
no, I'm just saying, I mean,
Okay, so if I jack it up, rip the axles out, make it permanent fixture,
If you-
is it home?
if you bring a mobile home onto the property,
Right,
if you put a mobile home on the property, then yes. it would
no,
be.
if I leave the RV on and yank, all the tongue is removable, the axles are removable. Is
It's
it?
still a pop-up.
No, it's a,
Oh, that you said it's pop-up.
well, it's
It's an RV. I mean, and
We won't pay.
there's not anything you can do to an RV that's going to make an RV a taxable home.
Unless you sided the RV, you affixed it in some, like you put pole, I've seen this before. It's not, I don't even know that you can do it in the county anymore because of the windstorm codes.
well, I'm asking,
Yeah, it's probably not a good, you shouldn't go down that road because it's probably not stable. That's the whole idea. Like mobile homes have it.
Why don't y'all?
Yeah, maybe we can get this out.
Whatever.
Yeah, we can-
We do it like to do this just because they have hearing, they have somebody waiting. for a hearing.
You ready, kid?
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I appreciate you coming. Sure. Appreciate you.
did they already do this?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
done.
we
They're
did.
done. They're done. It just, it's.
Yeah.
Comes to this.
Yeah, let me try to answer the question over here first.
And don't hurt me.
Okay.
It's hard. Even like. Sells for more and more. And homes are the same way.
RV, no, none of that.
It's.
That's remind me, I already put it in.
I was trying to set myself up.
That's, we gotta go.
It's Rio, next guy.
Yeah, in person.
Mhm.
We have another in person, case number 878. Mr. Rio. Yes. He has a thumbs up. That's getting it ready, right?
Okay.
It's 84 top.
Yeah, I know we got two of the earnings.
Yes.
And then secondarily, the city around has one million. Are you there? And then go your. Because sometimes they can have like minor differences. Sure. Oh, yeah. I hope that helps. Yeah, we should. August. Got it, you ready?
Sure,
Okay.
I'll go ahead. I'm not. Don't wait on me.
Okay, we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2023-878. Count number 28736. You should reflect.
878.
878. 878.
What I said?
You said that, but you gave it wrong. What did you say?
I think you-
So, they were commencing a hearing on case number 222-878. Account number 58736. You have a little bit. This is 402 East Alameda Street in Rockport. You are Ron or Ron or Ron? Wow. Five of us around the table are the president review board, Naaman Burke down at the end is the district representative. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Let's verify exactly what's under protest. Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. There's a form here that you can use to do that, and all the information about how to return it is at the top of that. The survey is voluntary. You have the right also to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I believe you've given us a USB key or something. Okay, so we'll be displaying information from there up on the wall. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of section 41.66.
I have not been resigned. Where are we?
Yeah, we.
I go after the solemnly swear that I have not indicated in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of sections 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. We do ask to swear in this time. Through that.
I do solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board.
Okay.
We never don't.
I don't hear it.
I am the worker solemnly swear affirm the testimony of the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Thank you.
Okay, Ron, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board. Here is a chart that represents guaranteed time, how we're going to be running the hearing. And it can start off in one of two ways. Either you can go first in making your presentation, or the district can go first. You get to make the choice of who goes first. Well, you get to make a choice. So,
Yeah, that was. I guess I can go first.
okay, that's fine.
5 minutes. Okay, so, what I noticed was that's a picture of the home. That's,
There you go.
yeah. Out there. Off in the tree. The next page. Next page, it's showing like where my house is, basically, a lot of mobile homes around, there's an RV park. Wow. Basically, the land is like land, like that, Neutron that runs right there. So crushed. Alameda Street, that I live on, it's just a dirt road. The drainage is not real good. So, yeah, I got pictures of it, but, you know, like there, I'm 0.19 miles, less than a quarter mile. Which is about, block and a half, 2 blocks. When we get northward, we just smell a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't see that. My wife's telling me. What I see on the trailer, we're 87,000. I purchased half of my brother. Just hard to believe it if you see, picture.
Well, if it really bothers you, I can have someone else. Just past the vote office.
I just passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said you would keep.
There's a sewer on the right. If you don't know.
Right, so on the Pearl here and now the me too, where in the other sense. At the corner, when it rains, real bad, all the drainage system, it drains back to my road. So I get this, and you go, I got there in my backyard, I mean, it's kind of low in the back, you get water there, the ditch just builds up. It just, you know, it just builds up. The water coming down. It got to the bottom of the slab. That door. This is like picture when I was Steven. That's the front yard. The driveway, the ditch is right there. So that's what the road looks like.
Yeah.
It's just a dry road, and actually with this. On Stafford, they were driving dump trucks and this is when it rains. They've been bringing big dump trucks and, all driving through their tractors. It's basically just making more of an issue on that road. It doesn't get maintained by the city or county. And then, this, from the hurricane, this, the tile was cracked and the concrete from front door to back door. I got some issues with the ceiling. And to repair that, it's, I put an estimate there. They have to grind, basically tear up the tile. They can't get the tile. You have to, they can make that kind of tile. So we had to tear it up and then they had to fill in the crack. So that was just an estimate that we've got. And then I was, I put some pictures. I was just trying to go through, like my neighbor that lives on Gigon.
I was just looking at prices, how their price was, because my brother's was, like, the house was 125. I mean, just signing my name on the property, buying for him, it, went up to 179, which the land and house hasn't changed, it's still the same. I mean, I know we gotta go up taxes and they, they're substantive adjustment. I just find it hard to believe that 246 or 256. When I was living in Corpus, that's basically what I had there, and I had a beer home. So this is on gate on this house here. This house is actually 21 square foot, bigger than mine. And I think price per square foot, I figured it was like 63 now or something. I think mine's up to 91 now. My brother was, when he had it was last year, he had it 63, if I'm not mistaken. I was just trying to, I was looking at everything, just trying to figure out how they come up with the different prices and the homes and property and basically that's it.
Is this your homestead?
Yes.
That doesn't indicate that it's.
Yeah, I turned to this.
Oh, you did?
Yes,
Just recently.
yes. But before the deadline. I mean, I don't know. Nice. Oh, the homesteads don't get processed until after certification. So, yeah, you're not.
Okay, your time's up for the moment. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, so this is 58736. It was last year it was certified at 179,000 even. This year it was noticed at 256,210. There's a note here saying it was offered 246,000. That is an equity result. We'll see that here in a minute with the equity rate. But real quick, let's look at the property card. So the Scott, could you pull up our evidence from the wall?
I have to swap things.
Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. It's gonna take way too long. I'm hoping to create one. Oh, okay. The effective age on this thing is the same as the year it was built, which is 2005. There was. So there was no change on the property year over year in terms of quality. After the hurricane, it did have an adjustment for damage, but that's been since dealt with. The interior remaining damage, the foundation, ceiling, that kind of thing. There's no way for us to know that until somebody comes in and tells us.
Yeah.
If you look at the land value, it actually it's $4 a foot, like all the other stuff on Latron there in that given area, but it has a 75% adjustment on it because there is no paved road in front of it. So it has access, but it's not paved access. So it's worth less than the other lots. The sales. So as far as like where these numbers come from, it's not because you got it. It's like we don't have any sale data for them at all. What happened to this property happened to the entire neighborhood. So the first comp is a 4FB built in, so it's the same class, exactly the same class. As the subject built in 2013. So it's a little bit newer, but it's 964 square feet. And it's on a smaller lot. It's on about half the size lot, and it was purchased for $165,000. The next one is a 3, so it's actually, this is a worse house. It's older, it's in worse condition. It's not been kept up with, this is not even close to being the house that was built in the last 20 years. And it was purchased for, we don't know what, we have a consideration, which means it got securitized a loan for $300,000. And then on North Hood, a 758 square foot house built in 2008, 3 years after the subject. And it's on a smaller lot. Someone bought it for $250,000. So by and large, that's what's happening. So like you go in Corpus there, you had something bigger for less dollars, but it just, that's what people are. the change was because these sales happened. And we have to go, oh, this is what people are paying for in that little donut. And the trailers in there, actually, they end up paying an outsized amount for land to put those trailers on. Because it's basically in the city, but you're still allowed to put a mobile home.
Well, that, and all that was, used to be county,
Yeah, it still is.
so.
Yeah. So I don't think they're in the city of Rockport, or maybe not. So that's why there's trailers in there, is because you can, and it's like you don't have to be living in the woods. But those actually have like those are actually not lowering your property value, they're increasing your property value. Because people pay, you're like, oh my God, why does this person pay so much for this land? Well, they're gonna put a mobile home on it and they don't want to live halfway to Aransas Pass. But if yours was to sell, like the stuff that's been selling around here, it would be 282,090. So we would expect this thing to sell for a little less than 300,000 if it were to sell on January 1st. The equity grid, however, these aren't sales, these are other properties in the area. And when adjusted to be like the subject, the median value is 246,228, which is the margin of error, but it is low. Actually, all of them are indicating low. There's not even a wide range. So this thing has every reason to be adjusted down to 246, 228. Just on an equity basis, that's not even a valuation. That's it. That's just the sales in the area. People are buying up this little donut here.
The price on this smaller area, smaller, like you said, square footage, and I mean, the prices are gonna be higher because they're smaller, right? So,
No, you're right. You're right. Sorry, in context. Like an hour ago. You're right. It's gonna be a lot more per foot. A lot more. But a smaller house should still overall sell for less money than a bigger house. But it is gonna be a lot more per foot. The one there, the comp number 2, it's huge. That's it's sold for 300,000 because it's 4,000 square feet.
that's my own
Giant.
house.
Oh, really?
I grew up here. I know all it there.
You're on.
So, and I know they'll never build a road where I live.
Really?
I mean, they've always said it's just, it's basically like an easement.
Yeah, I mean,
And they're
there's
never
not a
gonna
lot
build
of.
on beach on. So I'm just, basically like my back, the 4th lot I got is basically landlocked. I can't do nothing with it until, if they ever build anything there. So
Right.
that's why the home was actually had to be built facing that way.
Yeah.
If it had a road on Recon.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and we're dealing with coyotes right now.
Yeah.
All in that.
That'll
brush.
probably just stay woods forever.
Yeah.
And if, long enough time goes by, they might even just give it to the other guy next. Sometimes they'll do that. Yeah.
Okay, Ronald, do you want any more questions or?
No, I mean,
or information you want to present to us?
no, I was just, I mean, just that, and I was just, but basically just the drainage, I just don't see, actually, the value of the land that actually went up a bit, I just, dealing with all that, I just don't see that it's gone up, but, I mean, you just see what happened, that's why I didn't want to come in. That, I originally was wanted informal, but I did online, I didn't know it was gonna be something like this, so.
So you can see.
Yeah.
Okay, we like that.
Yeah, for the, when you protest online, the informal, like your online protest is your informal.
Yeah, well, I
So
found that out later.
Right, yeah. The 246 that was offered is like a result of the equity grid. That's like, oh, okay, well, there's a little settlement offer. There's nothing in here that I'm seeing that shows that we were, like, when you protested, you didn't turn in the stuff with about your foundation, like remaining repairs.
Yeah, I didn't know how to do it. I just,
Well, the appraiser would have been like,
yeah,
oh, that's relevant. We didn't know. There's no way for us to know if there's, a crack in the foundation that needs to be fixed.
and it is actually my first time doing this, so I just.
Yeah. no, you're fine. This is like your, those things would need to be fixed if you're buying.
Good. Anybody, one of you have anything else? Just look at the minute. I have a question. Anything taken into consideration for flooding issues?
Well, in this area, you mean?
For this particular piece of property. Or for the whole area.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just assuming that the 75% is just because of the no access. It doesn't. This card, maybe it's there. But I would guess probably not. Probably is just saying, yeah, this is just because it's on their Alameda. But no, it's just on the same lane table there.
You also brought us information regarding. the
Foundation, yeah.
65,000. Is that a result of flooding or a result of?
No, it was from the hurricane. You know, when I was kind of getting from my brother, I was, well, let's just get an estimate, you know, $200 to fix it. That's how much. I was like, wow. I mean,
But you haven't done it.
no, not yet. I mean.
$65,000.
Yeah, it's like. Kind of throws you back. Yeah, it's like, oh, man. Yeah, like,
Doing it when that street floods, are you able to get to your property?
well, in my cars, you know, I have my work truck, but usually what would, you know, would do, we either try to go around the other side, which is soft, so it's kind of like, you know, if I get stuck, so sometimes we just park on the side of the road and basically walk through the thing, or if it's raining, we know it's gonna rain, we just stay home. I mean, if I gotta go to work, I gotta go to work. Other than that, we got lower, like, sports cars and stuff. Stay in the driveway or in the garage.
Okay, so that was part of our ARB. It's our time to discuss property situation.
Well, I'm hoping to give them some type of reduction.
Which, where the
Well, the foundation there gives 65. I came up with the figure of, I did half of that.
What?
Half of it, 3250, 32,500, which would leave a value of 223,710. And divided it in half. Yes, and we half of that.
what about the flooding situation?
Well, according to, there's probably an adjustment in the road he made. He's not sure, and he said he wasn't sure if it was because of flooding or just the road he made. Right, Amy?
Yeah, I can check.
There you go.
And I just say.
What?
Yeah, it's a no payment.
No payment, okay, so you can go low.
Yeah, because if that, if it keeps flooding like that and you have that deep crack in your foundation, that's only gonna make that whole thing worse. With water coming up through your floor.
10 grand. We'll come up with.
Well, I knew the number was 50%. Off the land,
Oh.
No, it's right.
yeah. Well, Peggy, the 32K you took off of the total,
The foundation, yes,
but you took it off the total?
I took it off of 65,000.
No, I mean, you took it off the total appraised value as opposed to just the improvement value?
Yes, the total value.
And actually doesn't matter, we can do it all. Yeah, right. So if we do 71, 79, 410, less 32,000. I guess you know 147, 410 for improvement. And then I take another 15% off of the land. That would be 85, so that would be 76. 800 times 25. 65 to 80.
Thank you.
Okay, so that gets me to 212,690 on the total.
Picture 15% off the land,
Yes,
33,000.
yeah, I did 32 off of the.
We can just do one total.
Yeah. So the one total is 212, plus 90 when I do all that together.
212, which
I was at 212. Okay, excellent. Joanne, you
well,
okay?
even,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
okay,
On case ID 2022, it's been waiting count 58736. Addressing incorrect appraised market value, appraisal ratio, considering the median level, and listening to the district's presentation and information given to a protester. Appraisal review board of opinion that we will lower the value based on information he gave us regarding flooding and foundation issues in the property. Therefore, we would like to lower it from 256 to 10, 212,690.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Ron, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, you understand the value that we came to? Okay, great.
And okay, at the homestead, how did that come out after, like,
Yeah, after certification, it'll get applied, and then when your bill calculated by the tax office in October, what they'll do is take $40,000 of value off of the school taxes, which is the biggest one. Yeah. And it insulates you from big changes year over year. Tells everybody that's your house. It's great. Nothing but good things.
I lived in corporate 15 years and I didn't homestead my property there until like 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot of people that were not homesteading, and we sent out a bunch of letters. People whose mailing address and home address were the same, saying, hey, you might live here, homestead this. So what we found out was after the hurricane, people's homes were severely damaged, and there'd be programs for relief. Sometimes we needed money. Some people actually got entire free homes. And the only way you qualify for any of that has to be homestead. And there were people who were like, I've been here for 20 years.
Yeah.
Never homestead."
Yeah, I used to get the Christmas.
oh,
Yes. There's people like
Yeah.
78 years old never homesteaded. They could have been frozen for a
Wow.
decade.
thanks for coming in.
Thank you. The next thing you have to look forward to is turning 65.
Yeah.
It's got a ways to go.
Yeah, wow.
Thank you. Still, anything?
No.
You'll get- Yeah, you want to take one of these with you? Okay. And all the information on returning is there. And you'll receive a determination package in the mail. Okay.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like, you're here.
Oh,
You
get that?
have to come back.
oh.
Lovely one.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay, 10:30. I can do home.
You can go see other dog.
I'll have a great morning, rest of the morning. Yeah, I'll be back. It works. It's just sitting for so long, just
You know what it is? Okay.
See you this afternoon, Miss Joanne.
Yes, you too.
When you see Grace again, tell her I said hi.
I will. I will.
I miss seeing her. She's such a pleasant lady.
She is.
She really is.
She's very genuine.
Oh, you're doing it. Grace Knight. Knight.
thought you were on
No.
No, Joanne, we found out that we know several of the same people. Yeah. Small world. I probably worked
It is
with her
in Rockport.
at the little theater and didn't realize that, because I volunteered to serve wine also.
Yeah, one for them, one for you.
Yeah.
See you guys later.
No.
Yeah, one person and 5 people they cancel or settle.
Yeah, or settle, yeah, one of the agents. All right, catch you along.
There you
No,
go.
not tomorrow.
Yes.
Unless you want me to come back tomorrow.
Fair enough. That's quite all right. I'll give you the day off tomorrow.
And we do have one at the 3 that may possibly come in earlier, which would be good because we only have 2 on the 1:30.
Yeah, all right.
We're praying for that. We're not praying for everybody to show up. Have a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, we know.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to you earlier, you can have an out.
You said you left
Sunday.
And you probably have spring informal. You know, on 50th grade, it's only when you want. You go down, you also as a people who, oh, what did you mean? Okay. Done. So. Would you like to just give me your phone number? Okay. I will give this to him and then tell him that we pray for you from his phone. You're welcome, invite him. And program.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Sometimes,
If I put something in, something's gotta go out.
except when you're fighting a chicken. Ignorance to the law does not excuse you, what I was told.
I have one happened.
Not right in.
And still one possibility.
Oh,
Case number 590.
No.
hello, Mr. Ray.
Are you ready?
Sure, page 5.
All right. Assistant agent? Okay.
Okay, we're commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-599. Count number 56153,
After.
4841 Highway 35 North. Here is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify, let's see, we need to verify what's in the protest. Market value. Okay, Q1, Q2. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has a right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any person in violation of tax code section 41.6.
I have confidence, I swear that I communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.6.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ron Lefebvre, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ready? Or no, it's not ready.
Whatever.
I am going to solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present in the appraisal report for Aransas County appraisal district is truly correct. The property owner represented by affidavit. I read that into the record. 56154 Peggy Jones Properties Incorporated, 314 East Hutchinson Street, San Marcos, Texas, 78666 832-358-2000. The description is 4841 Highway 35 North. The legal is A70 COD Gilliland Acres 1.02 and additional improvements. Yeah, reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and or values of properties. Evidence is described in the packet. Section 5 says statements of fact or arguments as follows. Please see attached evidence package. Thank you, property tax consultant. Section 6, hearing type selected. I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person or by telephone conference call or video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person. Section 7, signed in Harris County by Hunter Lane. And it's been notarized by Sean Florence. All right, 2022 opinion about. This is the owner, giving their opinion, said that we noticed them at 499,610. And their opinion of value is 229,921. There's a land and improvement breakout there, but, it's just gonna be whatever the number is minus land, it gives you an improvement value, but it's income value, so it's all one thing. Okay, the note says the subject is improved with a class C, 6,980 square foot apartment building built in 1984. Income approach shows that the subject is overvalued. Subject unit floor plan is dated and affects potential renters in a negative way. Owner lives in building and does not pay rent. RealtyRates.com fourth quarter 2021 investor survey shows that cap rates for retail is 7.57%. In our analysis, we have used 7.57% built up to 8.94%. See attached cap rate study. All right. The income approach. So a net rentable area of 6,980 square feet. The gross potential income of 79,712. So it's kind of top dead center of all those numbers and columns there. That's their gross potential income. There's some concessions, 87% occupancy, and it gives them a net income or an effective gross income of 67,755. And so they've got about they're expensive, they're using actual expenses for their insurance and their variable expenses, which is miscellaneous things. They've got management, reserve for replacement. Some tenant improvement, leasing costs, which is 4% of the gross. Anyways, it leaves them at 47,000 of expenses. Don't see that as a percentage of the whole, but that's probably 65% around expenses. So their net operating income is 20 grand. With an 8.94% cap rate, which is says it's built up. So I guess that is loaded. That's where the $230,000. All right, it's the next one. The rent roll. Oh. Let's see here. Okay, so their rent rolls in here. This is actually their collected rents. And it shows at the bottom of in your evidence package. Their thing, it says page 2 of 2, but it's the second page of the list. There's a kind of a summary at the corner to the grand totals. Market rent 9,390, rent 6,640, deposits held, balance due, paying their rent late that month. Okay, and then there's a profit and loss statement showing their expenses. And let's see here. And that leaves the net income of $28,000 on their P&L. And then the market commentary is the next page. Let's see what this is. Cap rate, apartments, fourth quarter 2021. They're showing 7.57, and it says retail are 8.6. They just highlighted apartments. And then the next one, the next page is a picture. This is Redfish Run Apartments. Right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's a nice start?
Hmm.
I didn't know.
Yeah, now I know what it is. Okay. I've heard of that place. Yeah.
Pretty little shops.
What'd you say?
I think there used to be little shops.
I thought they just changed the turn back. Look like out the corner of there. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's this is the other side of the airport.
headed north.
Used to be some food trucks out there on the extra.
There's a substantial RV park. That actually,
Right.
you don't even notice it.
Trying to see one food trailer out there.
But the airport's right here.
Yeah, but it's gone.
That's going to Lamar. Yeah.
There's a food trailer over there, and
This
they
is
usually
one of
have 2 or 3 more.
They don't have a future right now.
No, they were wanting to do a little food truck park.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
COVID or something.
Yeah, food trucks don't stand in.
But years.
I'll present our evidence quickly. And we'll explain what's going on with this thing. Okay, this is 56154. It is Redfish Run Apartments. Okay, the last sale price for this was 2015. It was purchased by the current owner for $425,000. The market value last year was $316,700 due to a massive recalculation error. That it hasn't been that low value in forever, but the tax gave it just recalculated. And their value was way lower than it would have been otherwise. By and large, not much happens to apartments. They're about the same as what they were last year. They're about the same this year, except for this one. These people got kind of, we've all seen the monopoly card bank error in their favor. This is tax error in the property owner's favor. The income part of our software feels like it was attached after all the software. Like they made our appraisal software and it was like, let's just glue this into the back of it. And it recalculates everything else in our system. We can all just log out, might hit one button and it recalculates the whole database for the whole. For the income stuff, I get to recalculate it manually and it takes me sometimes over a week. I have to do every single one of them and I have to do most of them twice. And I have to recalculate every one of them. It's very and this one, when you have a process that's that manual, stuff's gonna go. Somehow this thing got an inflated cap rate last year. And it just got crazy. Okay, so anyways, you're over there still here. We go down to our income worksheet. Just look at the high points. The gross potential income is 93,656. So yeah, I'll come up here. This thing right there. So this is what the rent they could collect on this thing, 100% occupancy. This is the most possible. And then after that, you apply your vacancy and then your expenses. So this is our gross potential of 93,000. And then the effective gross income is after a vacancy. So we're allowing for 13% vacancy. That's market vacancy. So it's like, could get 93, you're gonna get 81 because there's gonna be vacancy. And then this is gonna be expenses, 55% expenses. And then do a little cap rate. Our overall cap rate after looking at taxes is 7.43. And that's where our number is. And the equity grid is just going to be other apartments. These are 8-plex units and the 13 in Aransas Pass, and they have the same lease rate, same vacancy, the same expense percentage, the same cap rate. Their tax rates are 50, and that's where it comes from. It's just they're all in the exact same schedule.
So they have a much higher cap rate.
A little bit higher. So if we can go back to spend a minute rebutting your evidence, because I talked to this guy. Can you put their evidence back up here? I didn't expect them to put all this in here. I talked to this guy. So we can start with this. First of all, when you see these realty rates investor survey, historical cap rate indices, these are loaded cap rates. This is the indicated cap rate of the property where you just take what it sold for and you divide it by how much the net income is. So in effect, these are loaded cap rates. So these, if you load taxes onto this, you're gonna always get one that's like too high by whatever the tax rate is. So that's just one thing. It's a very common mistake. Like very, very common mistake is to take these. And it's just because most places, the taxes are an allowable expense. But for us, that makes no sense because we're valuing things to produce the taxes. So how could we can never stop. So we have to unload these things. So really, that cap rate is more aggressive than that rate. Yeah, this is actually like ours is more conservative. Because their overall is 7.43. And then theirs is 7, okay, they're the same. They're 0.0304 different. They're the same. So most of the time, these things are, that's what it is. It's like, oh, hey, we're gonna take that and we're gonna take this, which is already loaded, we're gonna add the taxes as an expense, and then we're gonna load it again. And we're just like triplicating the expense of tax and get crazy high numbers. But I'll just go up to their actual. I didn't know we were gonna put their actuals in here. I don't recommend people do that because these are public hearings. And if you give them to me, it's confidential. But if it's in a hearing, everyone gets to see it, so whatever. But see their gross potential is 88,000, ours is 93. Go up to their right there. There you go. So they're 9390. They're actually collecting 112,000. So how are what you're collecting like tens of thousands of dollars more than what's possible? Makes no sense, right? So the starting with using a depressed amount for your market rent and then putting your actual expenses in there. That's like the cardinal sin of doing this is mixing market and actual cherry picking. Because they have higher expenses because you're charging more. Everything's more, it's proportional, all proportional. And I don't know. I didn't want to be rude to this guy. He's nice. He wasn't being unprofessional or anything. But it just feels very odd to be given an opinion of value that's lower than what this thing was paid for 20 years ago. There are 3 owners. And this thing's been bought and sold several times and it hasn't approached. So it just feels like
The last salt price was 425.
it's, that was 7 years ago. And I mean, it was more than 230 was paid for this in like 2004.
So you know the value increased.
Yeah.
I was
Last 2 years.
you know, I just don't know. I feel like what they're presenting is both confused and unrealistic.
At all.
So if I'm reading this correctly, if we were to make, if the district were to make any changes on the income worksheet, the only thing that popped out of me was the vacancy. Because they're actually indicating 100% object.
Oh, right. I mean, the thing is like they're collecting, their rent is higher than our market average. They have less vacancy than the average. Their expenses are lower than the average. There's some unallowable expenses baked into this, like management and insurance and not insurance, interest and stuff. All this is just a long, complicated way of saying that in reality, it's worth more than that. If you were to go to buy this as an investment, you would be willing to pay more than that. Oh, because it's full. It's a lot higher than it was in 2015. And I think it would have
Probably gonna get higher.
it packed up.
You wonder what's so great about it, because certainly the outside isn't impressed. The rents were lower. I don't know, you said the rents were higher.
They're higher than what our model has.
Yeah.
It's not like expensive, it's not like an expensive apartment. It's just that if you look at these things. Their rent is still under $1,000 a month.
Oh, shoot.
So it's like $950 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, $950 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. $900 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath.
That's,
And
The ones with high condition. Yeah, that would be.
but if they're all rented, you know, so how does people look at it?
Yeah, great price.
Right, that's what I mean.
So it's sort of like, where's the problem? Well, we can't take it down to lower than it was 12 years ago or whenever, 12, but 2014 is that.
So the last year, the 367, 700.
They never put in your dollars.
Yeah.
The calculation. It should be, more than likely it should have been more.
Yeah, it would be almost exactly what it is now. There was really no change, the tax rate changed, but. I didn't want to go back and do it. We're in the process of corrections.
Right.
You know, that was in town. Did the person you talked to, you tell them that?
Yes, and he was like, yeah.
You don't ask questions about things you don't want to know the answer to.
Can you go back to last week?
Yeah, that's.
I also, their opinion value page. I don't know how they get from the assessment history, which actually looks like it's not correct. Because the assessment history
Yeah,
for 2020. Oh, he did include 2020,
Oh,
no,
unless it's not labeled. correctly.
yeah, it was 19, 20, 20.
Yeah,
We wanted to skip that discussion.
Probably because it was weird, and was like.
but then how do they go from the 2022, the requested value below? He bridges the land, but the improved value is from 310 to 41,000.
Yeah, so when you do something on an income basis, the land that is required to do it, not excess,
Right,
is baked into the whole calculation. So whenever a software like this is shoving that number in our software, whatever the land value is, it just makes it that number and it puts the balance on improvements. But in reality, there's no distinction between land. It's not two pieces. It's just one piece, one chunk. It's not two different pieces.
And this is also
On what, the income approach?
no, this where it's one.
No, everything is income value, isn't it? And the whole thing is one big economic entity. So, like, the other thing is like, hotels don't have business person. Because it's an expense. So it's all accounted for. So there's no reason to break it up into one business. Good for us to have that broken out like that, because sometimes the income value of a property will be less than the income. And that basically says. This is a bad thing. Like, the land, if it was empty, would be better than this. Like if you stuck a tiny self-storage building in this unit 4 kilo. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. We better to stop.
I don't see any reason to
Change.
no.
not really. It is. Do you believe that the last year's value, that 316, is just an aberration to be ignored?
Yeah, if you look at the, our evidence, it's funny, it's didn't delete the note. There's under the comments, there's a note from last year and it says, why is this a 10 cap, not low income housing spotted during comp period? I was comping a different apartment, put this in there, and was like, what the heck, why does one of these have a 10 cap? And it's just.
Okay, so just for yucks, Scott, can we look at the 2020 numbers?
2020?
Oh, the 2020 value?
Yeah.
Uh, 2020, we hadn't put apartments on income yet, so it will be a cost value, but we can. That's okay, fine, we need to look at it. It was. 462, 930, yeah.
Yeah. Given that too, I don't see. Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay, so 2022 is 599, so 56154. ARB, pretty good proof, value, another property, 484. Or 493,000.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay.
Next one.
I want to double check, we might have affidavit for Tariq, if you want to go ahead and do that.
Well.
You have it up on the ceiling or something?
It just popped into my head.
Let's see.
Oh, no, kidding.
So what are we gonna do for an hour?
You pick up something coming in, don't you?
She's checking, she thinks she's had a 3 o'clock affidavit, so I said, go ahead and do that now.
She pick up Ellen or she's still?
He's still there.
Oh, it's she's gonna be really tired when she gets home.
What'd you call it? Her name's Bella. Bella.
Mm-hmm. She's pretty, I saw her yesterday, we were bringing her out.
She hasn't got.
Yeah, she's 31 up. They still got that wash station up there, don't they? Have you ever used that?
No.
I've looked at them, but I haven't used them.
I had her bathe there last week. We should have been training.
Ours are kind of spoiled, they go in, they walk in the walk-in shower.
I think.
They'll sit down.
Sit down. I think.
And they just- they love it. I know. We got this little swimming pool out in the yard, and we'll take it down.
I'm gonna get one. I saw it on the thorough.
Just attached with a, just attached with a,
Yeah. So it's like
same cable as this.
Coming up from the bottom.
Bill, our
Regular
water,
TV.
where it'll go in, they died and
Yeah, it just goes, there's an HDMI there that goes back. I'm pretty sure if we unplug that splitter thing, there, if we, well, actually, it's not. Just extra
Well, we got both.
Well,
You know,
all these
that's the
pieces
big ones in the
coming
outside,
together
where they can really.
that make it possible.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. All that. Shit, love that.
All right, case number 83.
We develop a ward.
Yes.
Hi, go back.
The last page. Page 10.
You were back.
Which is after 9.
Sometimes.
No, I was saying it for my own benefit.
Oh.
Once in a while.
Okay.
I bet he's taking a nap right now. Maybe I'll call
You have to get that pure.
him. That's right. Oh,
This is from the 3 o'clock.
Yes. Okay, we're commencing hearing on case ID 2022-836, account number 21063. 212 Cherry Hills Drive in Rockport, Virginia Country Club. Here is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. verify what we have for,
Market and.
okay, so we have Q1, Q2. And interestingly, they have a homestead and over 65 exemption on as well. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
As often as always, swear that I'm communicating with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I am Bert, and solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. Need the property owner's affidavit of evidence. Aransas County Appraisal District, it's in count number 31063. Bonnie B. Durkins, PO Box 674, Rockport, Texas 783810674. Phone number 409-202-9153. Email is durkins@att.com. Property description is 212 Cherry Hill, Rockport, Texas. Reason for protest selected is incorrect appraised market value and or values unequal compared to other property. Section 4, evidence is described as statement of facts or arguments is as follows. I realize I paid too much for this house. My husband died, and I sold our house to be closer to our children. I have watched Rockport real estate for a long time, and knowing that houses go fast, I had to make a decision. I had to be out of our house and find a new home quickly. Section 6, hearing type selected, as I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person or by telephone conference call or by video conference. Is affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person. Section 7 says, this is Aransas County, signed by Bonnie Durkins, Aransas County, notarized by Barbara. Okay. There's a letter, handwritten letter from June 3rd. Says to the appraisal board. I am not knowledgeable concerning real estate and tax terms and figures. I'm only presenting what I can figure as common sense. These houses are all on my street on the golf course side. My method of comparison is price per square foot. Also, you have the sale price of my house listed at $589,000. The correct price I paid was $560,000. See, show the chart there. So my house, 212 Cherry Hill, built 98, market value 547, 3,000 square feet, 180 per square foot. The rest of them are also on Cherry Hills, and the prices per square foot are 180, 157, 198, 141, 127, 160, 157, and 150. My house at 180 per square foot is considerably higher than the others in my neighborhood, except 310 Cherry Hills, which was recently built in 2021. Also, the market value of my house increased by a third from 2021 to 2022. This seems an unreasonable increase for 1 year. Thank you for your consideration, Bonnie Durkins. For our evidence, we have this same account number. Our sale price, which is incorrect, we had it was 589, it was actually 560. Last year it was certified at 364, 365. And this year it was noticed at 580. Oh, no, it's not. It was noticed at 547. It's showing a flat number on the card because the number had been offered. It was flat value to produce a settlement offer at 580. And that didn't get pulled. And when the card got printed, it printed out that offer.
Okay,
Yes, but it was noticed at 540. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, so there's an aerial of the house. It is on the fairway. And then the sales comp, the first one is the subject, which as we know, is not 590, it's actually 60. The next one is Cherry Hills there. It's sold when the subject was to sell like this, it would be 511. And then the next one's on Olympic. And if the subject was to sell like this, it'd be 530. So if we just throw out the first and we just look at the other two, somewhere between 511 and 530, like 520 something. And that would be because we're just going to ignore the first one. Really, it's indicating 560 because that's what she paid. I will also point out somebody who had a major life change and is on a timer to buy a house and the rest of that stuff. Those are called exigencies. This is not a market sale. Not because it wasn't listed. It was listed. That's why it was updated. The years and stuff were added because it was listed. Like, hey, this is way nicer than we thought. Stuff's been done to it. One of the requirements for something to be a market sale is neither party can be in a position to take advantage of the exigencies of the other. So you can't be somebody's dad, somebody's boss, somebody who's buying from a widow who needs a place to live, selling to somebody whose home was destroyed in a flood, anything like that. So even if
a widow,
right, so even if you are giving them a fair deal, you're still in a position to do it, and it's just you just gotta ignore that stuff. So it's like, you know, I bought this from my dad, and it was a fair price. It's like, okay, maybe, but we're not gonna get into that. One of y'all is in a position to, you know, pull one over on the other. It's not totally fair competition. And that's what she's saying, like, I paid more than I would have if I had time. Didn't have time. So anyways. Yeah, well, that sale is, yeah, we're not
considering
shouldn't
that
be a
sale.
market sale. And that's why the other ones were indicating lower numbers. Like, if she had been a regular buyer, maybe she could have bought this for 520, 550, something like that. And then the equity grid is other properties, and our equity number is that 518,703. These are other homes in this area. There are 6 BBs, sort of your country club standard. That's where the 518 that was originally on. So that was the 518. Yes.
and she,
She probably just didn't. Yeah, right, or like, you know, didn't, or maybe wanted it to be even lower. And maybe 518 wasn't enough. But.
yeah, I'd go for that. That, yes, it does.
Oh, yeah, and on her
Yeah.
protest notice. She gave an opinion about 484, 480. Ouch.
Yeah, that's.
I could go as low as 511.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We good with the 518.
Oh, yeah, so 530.
yeah, the 484 is.
The equity value shows 580. You know, I understand she was on under all the pressure and everything, but. Right. It's still part of the responsibility you take on when you buy something. If you don't do the due diligence, no matter what,
Yeah,
and you don't suck it up.
there may have been others she could have considered.
Yeah, I'm sure this wasn't the only house she was showing.
So I'm okay with the 518.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. I was just, and I think that's kind of where you were headed with. Well, no, not 511 per se. 511 is the low value on
Yeah.
on the sales comps. But if I throw out that 589, which is the
What they say she paid for.
yeah, the bogus comp for what you paid. So that would really just be between 530 and 511. Yeah, so 518 is fine.
Yeah, that's what they offered us. So, I mean,
Case ID 2022, HP 36, account 31063. Addressing incorrect appraised market value of appraisal ratio to the cost of appraisal. This information showed that the median equity value is 518,703. Therefore, the lower the value, the noted value of this price on this house from 547,160 to 518,703. I'll second that.
We can have those,
Sorry, what's the number?
518,700, I think.
Okay.
703 to 703.
But I don't know that we can do 700.
Oh, okay, 703.
I mean, you can't put that. in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
700.
No, it brings value in the range.
round,
Okay, so
518,700. And I second.
did you get that?
He did. Is that what that sound like? Gee,
He sounds like.
Lawrence is a different-
what are you trying to be me?
Okay, that closes this in. I think we're in limbo until 3 o'clock. Yes.
Could we never climb this maybe?
You can ask.
Your budget, right?
We'll keep that wheel visual well, yeah, with your feet up. Right, then we can bring our little slippers in.
Well, you know, when I saw these chairs, I know, but the thing that caught my eye was, since they don't roll, they end up scratching the hell out of this. Out of this,
This one's already with the wall plastic pads.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, it's rock.
Was it your, oh, you have a locker.
Well, it's only on one
Don't
side.
tell her.
I love to rock.
Well, there's also a possibility that three, they have 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's one possibility.
I don't know how this ended up over here.
It wasn't my fault.
No, I was just trying to get it
It's
closer.
Ron's
You want
fault. I had an ice cream cone. I stopped at Dairy Queen on my way.
Oh, you're so good.
I love a little chocolate dip.
Roll that up here. And chocolate box. That's why I never go through
There
there.
That's my weakness.
Mom always gets the chocolate extreme.
Oh, God, I like them. These are big roads,
Snickers or something.
Snickers. Yeah.
They had one with.
And I always ask them to come here.
And you know, you can see it. Yeah, you get a C discount.
Oh, do you?
I
You
asked.
have to ask for it. You have to ask for it.
Yeah, just to ask for it.
Oh, my God, it's really embarrassing to have some of this office.
Well, that happened too, you know, I didn't ask for it. I drove up, "Can I get a C discount?" She said, "I'm giving it to you." I looked at, I said, "Tom, she looked at you."
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I still admit that too. I just thought about when you walked around, I think. No problem. Great break.
You know, I've never figured out what that is. Did you just hear it was on news?
You get some kind of notification.
That's on my, I mean, I have a Kindle Fire at home as well.
It's on your Kindle?
This is on the Kindle that just made that thing.
Oh.
And it has something to do with something. which I haven't figured out.
Oh, that was really.
I
That
know,
was technical.
that was very technical.
Well, you have to go back to the main page, probably to see something.
I think in the
Yeah,
setting.
but mine, and mine, and maybe it's with anything. Because, I know line goes into that, when this light changes to the blue shade. I don't know if you-
Are you talking about your personal one or this one? Your personal one?
Well, this one did the same thing. In my personal one, at 8 o'clock, it turns on the blue shade.
Oh, yeah.
Thing that it's supposed to make it easier to read.
Doesn't keep you awake. Or it shouldn't.
Yeah, well, it's that, and it's also a tint.
They have glasses. in the back.
On yours.
My iPad does that.
I don't think
When you set it.
Oh, you said it.
Yeah. Plus I have you can buy glasses, these on it, they're blue tint. Cause I read it all. You know, I watch them. The series, you know. Puts me to sleep. Sometimes I'll sleep in the middle of the night, I'll look at the video, what happened? I see that. Yeah. It's funny.
I've never seen the end of it.
Yeah.
Tom's always up, so he likes to go fishing at the pier we have in Holiday Beach. Cause he loves to feed the birds. He's got 2 pelicans that he feeds every morning and he's named them.
Oh, really?
Spot and Bert.
Bird.
And it's just so funny, and everybody calls him the bird whisperer.
So does it come to your house?
Oh, yeah, they come on the boat lift, and then when Tom walks outside, they'll jump to him, and he feeds these little perch, and, you know, catch them at the harbor, or go to the pier and catch them, you know. And he talks to him. First time he started doing that, I heard voices downstairs, and I said, oh, he said, Spot. Not down again, and we have pictures of him. See if I can find it. So when every time goes out of town, it's so funny, we go up to the ranch and he said, I took some fish out of the freezer and put it in a little refrigerator, so tomorrow morning, don't forget to feed Spot. And I hate doing that. I don't like getting the fishy smell.
Once a day or
Just once a day. And so when I get up, I go down. And so I'd send him a picture, because I always said, look, this is what I did, I fed your bird. See if I can. This is a video of when I fish bird.
Goodness.
See? This is just Spot. Yeah, I throw them to. Yeah, they'll actually eat out of his hand.
How many do they get?
He gets about 20 little bitty fish.
One at a time?
Yeah, one at a time. And that's his pet bird, that's Spot. He doesn't feed, I know this conversation is kind of silly. He doesn't feed Bert that. And then he's adopted this little seagull that he named Henry.
We've got
Oh.
Aaron.
And he's got an Aaron too, yeah, we got that too.
He could be across Salt Lake. She goes down the dock.
Yeah.
Does it really?
Oh, yeah. I think he sees more than ears.
See how close he
And
comes?
some of the things that they eat.
Julian?
Like catfish, built with catfish hole, you know, it just.
Never
And
watched
this-
one stand on like
He
mold.
brought from the range.
No.
Oh my God, they'll see
You
you
know,
for
I
hours.
like just like with like that.
Yes.
And they catch it.
But, and this was at Mardi Gras time, so I put a Mardi Gras hat on and some beads, but,
All kinds of.
you know, he's got so many of his things in the garage, and I said, I gotta allow him to put some stuff upstairs this year. And so we dress him up, this is Mardi Gras.
Did they get a big red nose? for
Oh,
Christmas?
he does. It's a Santa hat. Yeah, my daughter and I were talking, I said, I can't send everything to the garage. It's gotta be allowed to have something
It
upstairs.
is half his house.
Yeah, it is. So he can have the deer head. It really doesn't look too bad. I thought it would, because I'm like, it was in the house.
Black buck. That was my film. It didn't know why I didn't even want to have it. It didn't have to. It's like go to Alaska all the time, you know, everybody up there's got.
Oh, yeah. Well, the first time Tom and I started going together, and I went to his house, and he was taking care of his dad, and he on the beach. It must have been 5 years on the wall. Ooh, and then he had a bobcat. Bobcat, you know, years. What's that?
I got used to it. My house is different, like, Scott, so.
Oh, yeah, those are huge. If you have a big house, you put that in.
Well, they should usually, they just do their heads.
Or this,
Yeah, exactly. Well, I got it.
yeah.
Either way. I did shake off.
Ooh, wow. That's scary, huh? And so they had a hurt bird a couple of days ago. The neighbor called and called Tom and said, I think this little baby bird fell off its nest.
There's a bird sanctuary. Bird.
It was a little grackle, which is a ratty bird, you know. And Tom went and looked at it. It did seem to be hurt. So he just kind of left it and then it either flew away or.
Yeah, there is a, it's called wings.
Yes.
Yeah, I've called them before.
Yeah. We have.
It didn't have to be a bird. I'm coming to you.
Yeah. I've been out to the facility. It's really impressive. You've got, you know, some birds will never get loose. Most of these areas.
Yeah.
And they've got more licenses for more kinds of birds than anyone in Texas, or they get a lot of stuff from other areas, eagles and things.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did I was at a luncheon and they did a presentation.
I had one of my neighbors text me one morning and she was saying, she said, this bird has been on my boat yet. And it looks like it's hurt. Is this Tom's bird? And she said, she might get that. Yeah, she said, I got close to it. It looks like some kid was shooting little pink balls at her. And it's idiots, you know, so what they do about it. That idiot is Tom. What he did is got a syringe and he put paint on the bird so he could distinguish if that was Spot or if that was Bird. So I said, he's the idiot who put paint, but he didn't hurt him. It was enough, you know, a syringe. We laughed about that. Tom, they're looking out for you and see if your bird's been hurt.
About that.
And whenever we get something, we always, the little kids love that. Little kids love the fish and birds. And then of course I feed those too. I'm just giving people fun. You know, it is, we buy a lot of bird seed. I buy sunflower seeds.
It really getting to be a problem. It was fun because they would come in waves.
Mhm.
First be the mallards, and then they'd eat, and they'd leave, and the whistling ducks would come.
Oh, yeah, yes,
And
no, I have those.
when, you know, messing up the yard and stuff to some extent, but when they started going in the garage.
Oh geez, that's it.
That's the end of that.
That happened on my patio. They had like 25 one day. I saw them out there. I went, oh, this is, so I stopped feeding them. I was feeding them like every time they came around, I feed them.
Yeah.
So I just do it in the morning. And there's not as many as. And that stuff doesn't come off. You got all the. It is.
My wife keeps, we got a couple of possums and some raccoons that we put out for at night.
So you've been.
The raccoons, I had a problem where long time ago. Into the house, I had gone through probably every human service provider option.
Oh,
I started off first with direct TV, whatever they call them.
dish.
It wasn't, it was,
Direct.
yeah, whatever they're in. Then switched to guy here in town, UBS Tech. I think everything Rockport Wi-Fi. Had them for a while, and had a huge, real tall mast with a wire mesh communication on top of it. And the cable he used was like RGA, real thick cable. And he had just taken one of the socket bands and kind of bent it back a little and snake it into the attic. So when I dropped that service, he just cut the wire. It was just kind of hanging out, that socket band was still kind of bent down.
Mhm.
So then after Harvey, somewhere along the way, that wire got pulled inside or taken away or whatever. But that socket band still there and kind of bent down. And damn raccoons
Oh, yeah.
got in the attic. So I had a family of
Well,
raccoons.
you had a message.
Yeah, in the attic above my office. And
You could hear them running.
oh, yeah, I'd go up there every now and then. Try to watch little eyes.
They're cute indeed.
So you get to where you know their time patterns and stuff like that. So I waited until one evening to get around that porch and bolted a piece of plywood over that hole. Oh, well.
Well, we trap them and then reel them. It's got some.
How do you get you like have a hard traps kind of thing?
He's got a big trap,
That's what I
yeah, wide trap.
How hard to.
Well, I had.
He puts peanut butter.
Leander, Boston.
Love that.
For years, I had a cat door in the garage door. And the cats would go in and out of the garage,
Mhm.
and I had, cat bowls with dry food. And just bags of cat food and dog food
Mhm.
sitting in the corner. And the raccoons started coming.
Oh, I bet. I'm sure.
So I first tried to secure the dog food and cat food, and I got just a plastic garbage can. And at first just put the lid on it, right? Well,
Oh,
then he
there's
falls
more, yeah.
down. So then my wife took a 25-pound bag of cat litter, and put it on top of the garbage can, and they just poured my cat litter all over the. So then I said, okay, well, I gotta try and relocate. So I had a hard trap. And I set it up in the garage, right by the door, the cat door. And I made sure all the cats were in the garage, so I didn't catch the cats. And I caught 2 raccoons where they can't come in through the cat door and walk around. But that was it. After that, they got smart.
Yeah.
They are small.
So then what I would do is I would take the crap and I would set it up outside the garage, off on the side. And I'd wait until I knew they were in the garage, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
And I'd go out the back, and I'd set it up, and then walk back in the garage and chase them out through that door. And I probably caught 6 or 7 raccoons that way, except for the very last one. I came in, came in the garage, he's in there and he runs to the cat door and he pokes his head out and he goes, nope, not going that way. So it took me probably, 10, 15 minutes to finally, chase him. I acted with a broom and something was. And I do the same thing as you, right? I follow, 7 or 8 miles to a golf course, if I were a raccoon.
No, we took dogs to the ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we caught 7 about a week.
Yeah.
We caught babies and then we really caught the big daddy. He was big, he was mad. He was trying to-
Oh, jeez.
What is that?
It was a possum.
Yeah.
And he's so funny because the quote we got from the short. I didn't know why.
He played
Yeah.
bottom.
I can't see you, you can't
Yeah,
see me.
But he hasn't been back. So I think we're just gonna be here.
Oh, I know, they're all over the place.
Birds. Sometimes I'll drive by them like 25.
Wow.
Sometimes they just, I have float and lost next to me. And
Yeah, they'll
look
be-
around that lawn, they're down at night.
I've seen them in people's front yards, just laying
Oh,
around.
oh, yeah, they play around my front yard, up to my front
Yeah.
door. I just open the door.
I'm finding them in the garden.
It must be that, vacant, that area behind.
No, they've always been there for years and years and years. Back in when the clubs didn't develop, there was
Yeah.
nothing there, and then houses kept encroaching on the
We
territory.
were feeding them in the front yard.
Feed them, a couple of
Corn,
people feed them.
I had cameras on them. There was one of them we called the old man. He was old, he was slow. Well, one Saturday, I had the garage door open and the fan going and a rubber mat laying in the middle. And I looked out, and he's laying on the rubber mat in front of the fan.
Oh, my goodness.
In the garage.
They're tame. I love driving through the mall and just looking at all the deer. We counted 106. Might have been from the same movie.
Probably.
Now, that one we have,
Don't even-
Yeah.
they're getting too full.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have that little wildlife preserve area beside us,
Oh.
and that's where they
Yeah,
come
yeah.
Or walk right around the streets.
Yeah.
It's, at night, I always drive really slow when I leaves on, because they could just. In the street. Or there's one, there's more, but if you see one.
Oh,
go
definitely.
someplace, there's always.
They
It's
tend
very
to hop
rare
out,
that
you know.
They're just like little pets. You can't add them or anything, but. Also,
I
I walked
think
the
some
dog
people-
like from here to there, and they would just stand there and stare at you.
They're being fed though, because I've seen some people with
Some people. are
feeders
just not supposed to.
feeding them.
One lady was, she lays down. Layers of corn.
Oh my gosh.
Her driveway.
I'm sure.
And I were a neighbor. Not.
Right.
Oh, I understand it now because the building doesn't do, everything's so dry. There are even things in my yard that I would never touch.
Yeah.
When I lived in Northern California, they would eat everything out of the garden, but the okra would not touch the okra.
They don't like okra.
They don't like okra.
Huh.
They're really cute, look in the spring.
The little
They're
babies.
babies,
Spots
yeah.
on it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's somebody-
So. Yeah.
Is this weekend, Father's Day, or next week?
No, 2 weeks.
Not this weekend, following.
No. 19.
19th, right? Next,
Next,
next
yeah,
week.
next week, 19. Have to get my free T-shirt. The Art Fest. It's the only stuff I volunteered to get a T-shirt. It really is. I'm working selling T-shirts. I think that's what I'm doing.
Yes, they are so. They're so hot.
Oh, yeah.
Dying.
I think that's what I volunteered for. Chickens.
That's why everybody spends their time under the beer tent.
Yeah, because
You've got air conditioning.
Maybe that's what I'm doing.
very good.
Well, that's.
Struggles. Why do I love it?
Commissioner Lowe.
Oh, is that where it is? You know, the gas station. He's doing a pretty good thing.
I don't like Starbucks coffee. I don't do.
Well, I have to put so much stuff in it.
Maybe $6 for that.
I know, but then I have to text me about a half hour to get it when I do. So it's gone.
Oh, I'm selling koozies near the beer booth in the air conditioned tent.
There you
All
go.
right. I knew I signed up for something comfortable. Oh, Susan's gonna work with me.
I never worked at the Art Fest. I number of years did, Oyster Fest.
That's wild.
It was always fun.
I chaired the, Arkansas wine fest, the co-chair for 10 years.
Oh, did you?
And to the bacon party.
Last year? This year?
No, I did it for, this is the 25th year, I did the third to the 13th. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You finished 1 year and started right on the next one.
Yeah.
Hold up. She was not making a list. Oh.
So we used to do it for
Fine.
2 days. And the rest of the years, I've only done 1 day, it's really not very smart. It's get vendors in there. and
Yeah.
sell their product. I don't want to.
I'm working on
Yeah, it's, you know, 7 4 10 1 day.
Yeah, that's not
I don't know how much it is, but it's really a lot.
We
it. They did well, at least in terms of date receipts and stuff last year, because that was the first time after COVID. I think.
Yeah, everybody was excited to get out.
But, they were ill prepared for the number of people that they.
Which then, the wine fest,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I wasn't, I wrote a program that runs on tablets and have to do the zip code collection stuff. It used to be that people would write it down. So I had a sort of thing that just maybe type it in on this app. And it looked up the zip code, the little database you had, and tell you where they were from and stuff like that. Give you some sense that
We needed that information. To help with getting,
the hot funds,
the funds.
yeah.
Yeah.
So then after they're all collected, yeah, they used it for a couple of years. They didn't use, I don't think they didn't. And, my program will then, from all the data that was collected, just munch it all up and produce the statistics. Yeah, right.
I would love to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of other groups that have used that program. It's been helpful. I did it originally because my wife is done the historic home tour thing in December for a number of years. And we were looking for a better way to collect attendee information.
Yeah, that's great.
They do that at the chamber, when I did some volunteer work at the chamber, and you always ask them, what's your zip code? And you see where you're from. And,
Yeah, and
you
it's,
get the hot funds.
if people would use it for more than just the hot fund, like one of the other things that I found was like the home tour. You get hot funds and then it has to be spent on advertising.
Yeah.
So the question is, where are you gonna advertise? Well, this one year they spent a bunch of stuff down in the valley for advertising. A couple other places. And when you look at the attendees, you think, well, I only had 4 people from the valley. People say that. Yeah, exactly. A lot of these people from.
They don't think about it, they just want the funds.
Austin, San Antonio, Houston, the market for down here.
Yep.
Except for Oyster Fest, I don't know where people come from for Oyster Fest. It seems like they don't attend any other events. but Oyster
They're all,
Fest-
they love Oyster Fest.
Yeah, oh, they make over 100,000.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, running advertisements on San Antonio television.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe it's because it's
And
fire
radio,
station.
so-
Do they still do the thing in Aransas for the shrimpery?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Sometime in September.
Isn't that?
No.
June or July.
I think it's coming up.
Yeah, I've never been to it, but I know there's one.
Let's see, what is it?
That's been around for.
Maybe this weekend. 10th,
You know, I think
starts the 10th, which is tomorrow.
Maybe started.
shrimp
Yeah,
free,
that's been many.
74th, shrimp.
Who did your haircut?
Great lips. June 11th. Yeah.
No,
starts June 11th.
I'm not, nothing.
It's this weekend.
It's windy outside.
Yes. We're down to.
Who did yours?
How about your beard? I don't fuck with my beard. Because of that. It shows.
You didn't cover it down your knees.
Well, when I get my hair cut.
No, we can generally. So we want to pose a general question. Typically, whenever we have interaction with the property owner or a property owner's agent, there are times where we get an order of listing for a whole bunch of properties. In the past, the district and the agent have agreed to a order that may be different than the order of the listing. Just asking generally without making you commit to anything, but would that be okay in relation to a specific thing? If the district and the agent agree to, we want to have it this way, and we both agree, would the ARB generally be amenable to that change?
I don't see any problem.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And you guys, and would this be the? It's just kind of thing where we swear in all for all the cases at
Yeah.
once like that, or if you can do a list, like what
Yeah.
you give us,
It
even
would
if we
be-
don't swear in all, for one time, that's fine.
Right.
Okay.
And yes, and for this particular agent, where it may take a while, we may have a few at a time on a list. It may not be the whole thing right at first, because that just, the sheer volume, and then what might happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's no problem. Yeah, we've already had discussions and we don't want to throw a monkey wrench into it and get in here and go, oh, well, the ARB didn't agree to the change in the order, but if generally in the past, when the citizen and the district agree to it changes the order, and the ARB just said, yeah, we'll just do it the way you want to hear it.
So we push the right button on there because we have so many of this missing that we're not in order anyway. So,
Well, in this particular case, what I'm referring to is an agent that generally you're gonna hear them all.
yeah.
The way that you hear them is either in person, on the phone, or by affidavit. And really that's dependent largely on what the agent wants.
Mhm.
And we want to accommodate that order. Like, hey, I want to present evidence on this stuff, but I want to just, present affidavits on the rest, or again, we're having conversations with those people, but the way the code reads is that the district representative, the agent or the owner, and the ARB all have to agree. So I just want to tell them that there's, without making you commit to something, generally in the past, that's the way it's been. So.
Yeah, it's fine. We're flexible.
Don't change.
Don't take our chocolate
It's not broken.
The, yeah, and Val's usually really good about giving a list.
Make it easier. Square every time.
Did, they say that 3 o'clocks were coming? Damon said that he had settled.
A bunch of them, yeah, but there were still some that still.
What's the show rate like still? It's still about 40%? Is it less than half?
Oh, yeah.
There's people that actually show.
Yeah, less than half showing up. It's a few more, but we're still not up there.
Like I said, it usually runs where at the end of the cycle, a lot more people come. Agents typically represent their properties really at a high rate, meaning that if they go through the process of turning one in, at the very least, they're going to send an affidavit. So the show rate or the number goes way up for them. But if you're just looking at citizens, the show rate's been like half or less.
That's it, maybe 40%.
We've only had just very few number of agents. So far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just went through over 240 over the last 2 days, 240 evidence packages. So they're coming.
They're coming.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. Yeah, it's we were hopeful that the number, of protests were down, and we thought that they were closer to 18% down. But on the very last day, we got a whole mess load. So we're down probably 300 or 400 from last year, so it's not as great a delta as we thought. But we started earlier, so that helped us too. I don't know if you'll notice we started about 10 days early. Yeah, I know these two, well, I mean, we were into August and, September, but it gets to where it's,
No.
there's days that will make,
And this is the first year for single, right? The first,
yes, the first year for mandatory single.
Maybe city show up right on those.
Yeah.
I imagine it's gonna be the same.
Yeah.
I
I don't
imagine
see any reason why it wouldn't.
it's the same set of people. So when you break down, you have, these are citizens and these are agents. The agents have like a 90% or 95% representation rate. And they either show, they call in, or they send an affidavit. So out of every 100, you're gonna hear 95 of them, unless we met them mutually out here. Yeah, or we met them, like we have a settlement over here somewhere. But citizens, it's whatever rate kicking off that year. So if it's less than 50%, I imagine it's gonna be the same. I did get, another, okay, and I did get another confirmation about the doors. They are gonna be installed, or at least these right in here. But we talked about the tomorrow. So at least the rest of the construction for the rest of the doors, you won't hear as much, and you won't be able to hear the lobby as much. They're gonna put in a
Piece of plywood?
Yeah, piece of plywood, thank you very much. I was just-
That's probably, I don't think that's gonna bother us at all, you know,
This is
right here.
Yeah, once we get that closed off, then you won't hear as much from the lobby.
Yeah.
These over here are, yeah. Let's take one shot. If we're in that position.
Well, Ron and I were just saying, you know, we have our back to the door,
Yeah.
like, now we can see who's coming.
Get a
Well,
mirror.
I can see a reflection out of that, so that's good.
Yeah. Say, shut the deck, we all know. I should want.
Run to the back door, leave everything and
Duck, yeah.
run. That didn't work good. I wouldn't duck after run. You're sitting on it.
If I was moving toward the closest.
What the valley, they told the kids to just get under their desk, they were sitting.
Well, where could they go? They could run over the window, but see what's in the doorway.
I got,
Well, and you know,
there
if
should have
you're
been
running.
somebody taking a pot shot at that after one,
That's
they just dropped the ball.
Thomas J. Henry is already on the case.
See where that goes?
Yes.
You know,
4 of them. You know.
It's gonna more coming.
that's not one way to do it.
He's got a big reserve, yeah.
Probably have a couple of them. Yeah. Now.
When you look on his TV, that's what, you know, he's taking 41% of what he gives.
Well, when they put his ads up, they put the net was and then what
Yeah.
the client got. Listen,
That's-
but they also stick in expenses. So then, like,
Yeah, because it's been.
Exactly.
I'm not part of that.
It's
No, he
$50.
does not.
You know what you're doing.
Sorry for that.
How many lawyers does he have? A lot.
He's got.
He doesn't handle it.
No.
No, he handles the big ones. He doesn't handle the. He's got 18 wheelers. I mean. I took hard to see.
I didn't
this
know he was
commercial.
handling.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
my
Oh,
God.
mine first.
He's got-
I think that's still the.
That police department's doing too. They got,
Dropped the ball.
Well, the main guy that seemed like dropped the ball was the head.
police chief.
Well, and then- Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then did you hear that the 911 calls, the reports of those were going to the police department and the police department wasn't passing them on back to the officer at the school?
I don't know. There's so many rules on the
Yeah.
So this was on the news the other night.
It's
Yeah.
just,
My God, they
it's just
couldn't
all,
get that.
Did y'all see that teacher they interviewed him on Good Morning America?
He was in the
He was in the classroom. I actually got teared up.
he told the kids to get under their desk and they were sitting.
But he said, you know, he said, I couldn't save him, and we got shot.
I couldn't, nobody could.
He got shot. He
Except
got
those
shot.
officers in the hallway, or the ones outside. Don't know why they didn't take you out.
I don't know why they waited that hours, only so many.
Yeah, but in each was 19 in the hallway, each one of them's got 30 rounds in each. Open blazing. Good to go.
Well, and you had to get somebody who wasn't even on duty. You know what I mean?
I could have opened it,
Yeah.
I could have opened it.
Don't open it, shoot it down.
I haven't seen a door I couldn't open.
Well, and so it's a, you know, it's a, what is it called? Border Patrol got it.
No.
The SWAT guy, they had to bring a SWAT team up, San Antonio. I think really what,
saying that because they thought everything was good.
yeah.
But he was still shooting. You know.
Yeah, how many could they say that got in?
It's a sad.
Past that 1 hour. Going one. You know, it's just awful.
And then the husband who dies 2 days
And he
later.
worked at HEB,
Oh, did he really die?
so his family will be looking.
I think they raised.
36, 37 years.
No,
She was a teacher.
teacher, and then he had a heart attack.
Had a heart attack a couple of days later.
He worked at HEB in Del Rio.
And I think they've raised a whole bunch of money for the family too.
Last I heard it was 3 million.
Yeah, it was.
So that's the like GoFundMe account.
Yeah, I think so.
For the 4 kids, you know, I think one of them.
I think one of them is, yeah.
Are there some kids that are in the hospital or still alive?
Last time I heard there were a few days ago.
What about the grandmother? Is she still in the hospital? I'm sure.
No, I mean, she was,
This one here.
she was, I think so.
I'll find out, I was 10:38, about 7 in the morning. This Fox News and when they're covering this.
38. Oh, not up there. Well, I'm up there. I'm not functioning there. Put it that way.
Fox News and Sunday covered all of them.
What's that? I'm not watching that.
I don't either, I'm just saying. At first of all, I wanted to watch it.
And tonight, there'll be another circuit on.
With the Jenny Kimball that was, is.
Is it on you?
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
I don't know. It was just on, I think it was last night.
Last night, and then tonight is the. They're all stays away.
I don't watch. Yeah.
I don't want to change this either, I just saw some of the remarks.
Tonight's another one, beat ups.
What's on tonight?
If they're all.
January 6th.
Done.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Doing a big production, Hollywood production.
Oh, that is a stupid thing.
I watch,
I'm not gonna watch
the
it.
Game Show Network.
I'll put on.
Or
I'll find
Bananas up.
I have to, I always watch, I really like the guy who did.
Oh, you might, thank you.
Wagon train.
Wells Fargo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's on
You
that
get,
channel, that Western channel.
217.
And then the other one before that.
One's on date 217 is,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess. we would.
Oh, they do. We will watch all those, one before. Look for Wells Fargo on here. Two guys and the kids.
Wagon train.
No, I don't know. Two guys that, I don't feel brothers. I don't know. They weren't, one of them had a kid and then the grandmother was there.
That sounds like
Anyway, anyway, after Wells Fargo, it was 3 or 4 of them. And then there was another one.
Yeah.
You ready? Yes.
He's good, we can start.
Yeah,
And they've done.
now we still have long, I thought, okay. This is-
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we're gonna do 2022-312.
Right here.
Page 6.
It's on page 6, yeah.
Penny?
Yes.
Okay.
Tablet, but they're also on the screen. She has sent in.
Okay, Penny, I have a bunch of administrative stuff to go through first. And listen, we'll get to your protest here. Here's all this. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-312. Count number 24776. Which is 30 Mazatlan Drive, Rockport. Allegro. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what we have in the protest.
Correct, marking it.
Okay. All right, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing this protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which is available here. Or in the determination package, there'll be a copy of that, as well as information about how you can return it. It's all shown here on the form. The survey is all optional and voluntary. You do have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is also provided to you in the determination package that will be mailed to you after. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that have not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have a copy of all of your evidence? Excellent. Okay, good. The ARB members who are considering protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest or signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Like that happens, where the, person.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm going to ask you to swear in here, and Beth can help step you through that process.
Yes, you're gonna do that, but no. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And state your name, please. Any seniors? Yes. Bridget? Right.
I respectfully solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Kenny, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing Certification Program.
No.
You have to ask everybody that. That's okay. In front of you here is the hearing procedure time, and this is shows how we're going to be running the hearing today.
Okay.
And starts off in one of two ways. You can present first, or the district can present first. You have the choice. You get to choose what you would like to do. Okay. That's fine.
And 5 minutes, excuse me, 5 minutes right now from your presentation and some more minutes later on.
Okay. I basically just, doing 40% increase over last year, was a little bit high. That's how much my appraisal went up, 40%. I do understand you went kind of by what I paid for it, and but it is not top. If you can see the appliances up there, they are not. They are just things you can get at Lowe's. The garage is not finished out. It's just particle board. The bathroom has nothing. Doesn't say that it's a nice bathroom. I love my bathroom, but I don't think it's a luxury bathroom. I would consider it, overly luxurious. That would, warrant it being my taxes being raised 40%. I understand all taxes go up. The taxes in Leeward County went up. I know. But I just thought 40%. I just purchased the house in November.
Okay.
November 30th. Yeah, I looked at the taxes, one of the considerations when I bought the home. And that's, it's basically all I have. Because I'm new at all this. This is.
You have a few more minutes, or anything you want to add, or comment? You'll have an opportunity.
I checked some of the houses in the same neighborhood around there, newer than mine. When they were appraised at, and they're not quite as high as mine. There might be a little bit less square footage, but they have a better, they're more on Little Bay, where I'm just on now. I don't know if that makes a difference in the appraisal. I don't really know what something to the appraisal on, but there's a couple of houses on Nassau that I looked at. I think 39 and 37 Nassau. Next to each other. And they're newer than mine. The appliances are Samsung appliances, they're not
Ray will give the presentation. You'll have time to ask some questions after he
Okay.
gives his presentation. I have 7 minutes.
Okay, so this house is on Market Line. And we're looking at equity and market value, right?
Right.
So we got a 2019 bill. And we have a 7SS. You guys have heard us talk before about our classes. We have a 1 through 7. 1's the worst, 7's the best. 7 is a little different than other classes. It has more categories. So you have a 7 minus, 7 regular, a 7 plus. And then there's what we call a 7 SP. And there's a 7 SP minus, but not a 7 SP plus. I know that's kind of crazy. When you think of a 7 SP, you're thinking of the nicest houses in the county. That would be one way to say it. 7 SP is not what we're talking about here. I'm just trying to give some reference. We're not talking about 7 SP. We don't talk about those very often. They usually don't. People who own those don't usually protest. But we are talking about a class change in a property as per sale information. So the appraisal district changed
Never ending story.
the class of this home per the listing information up a class from a 6 to a 7. That happened last year. And we looked at the sales report, the sales grid. First comp is the second. So it was 1.172 and we're at 1.0. We're at 1012. So we're below the purchase price. So then you just start looking at other, fairly expensive sales. And there's one on Bay Shore in November of 21. So it's pretty around the same time frame. Sold for 1.4. It's a little bit larger. It's older and it's less class. It's one less class. Comps 3 and 4, 1.3 and 945 in both in 21. The median value for these sales is 1.197. The comps don't have a lot of adjustments. Of course, comp number 1 doesn't have any adjustments. It's the subject, but the comps aren't too bad. Not meaning there's very little adjusting going on here and balancing these out when you consider that we're dealing with $1 million properties. Basically moving around $94,000 on one, 49 on the other, and 184,000 on one of them. Where there's some land changes, there's square footage differences, there's age differences. Rendering a median value of 1.197. Interestingly, the median value is higher than the purchase price. Making you think when you see that 1.172, you could think in your head, well, somebody paid too much for a house. But the median says 1.197. With that data in the grid. So if you were just an appraisal nerd, you would say that this person did not pay too much. But the 2 of the people in this grid, comp number 2 and comp number 3, no reason to bash them or anything like that, but that's what the grid would be pointing out. In an equity grid, we are comping 7s and we're in Keel Lake Road.
And we are staying the best we could in the first unit. So we've got Nassau, 1850 Bay Shore. I'm not sure if that's unit one or not. I don't remember the Bay Shore Alice very well. It is a class 7 home. It is around the same square feet. Second comp is a little bit larger. And the third comp is a little bit larger. But good on age and all that stuff, you know, the comps aren't pretty good, pretty good. Rendering a value, equity value of 1.029. Do you have any time left? One of the things I would like to talk to the board about is that I've talked to Penny, me and Penny have talked. And I'm not real sure about this. This is pretty tricky. When appraisers class homes, when you start getting up into that 6 and 7 area, the differences are between a 6 and a 7 are pretty intricate. They're hard to see. Someone could easily say that's a 6, and you could have an appraiser saying that's not a 6, that's a 7. They're hard to see because the 6 and 7 it would be very nice homes, very nice homes. But when an appraiser says a house is a 7, they are betting that the inside of that house is a 7. That's one of the bets you're making. So the inside of the house matters for something to be a 7. It can't be. Scott and I were talking about this. It can't be standard stuff. That's not the way this works. What would trump that? How could you have a class 7 home and have just standard stuff in there? You know, you went to Lowe's and bought it. Architecture. Architecture would trump that. Is if the architecture was so good that it wouldn't matter what was inside that house. You know, dogs could be pooping and peeing in the house, but nobody's going to argue that that's a 7. So what we've come at here is, I think we're just at the question of the day is, do we have the class right or not? You know, are we right about that? And you have to kind of ignore the purchase price a little bit. You know, you can't get hung up on it completely. After seeing these pictures, I would say that it is not a 7 regular, but it's possibly a 7 minus still. And that's just where I'm at. It's not a 7 regular. There's not, it doesn't fit the interior bill, and the outside does not have enough architecture to push me in that direction. So that's where we're at. Okay, Vinny, you have 4 minutes to ask them any questions or comments. Yeah. Penny and I have talked. I'll let you guys know that I told her that changing our opinion on class is very, very hard to do. And in a very arrogant way, we don't have to ever change. But we want to be open-minded about it. You know, if it's appraisers are like, you know, we don't like anybody to tell us that we're not classing something right. It's like the bones of the thing. But when we were talking, she said a word to me that I did not like. And she said that the builder who built this built it as a spec home. And so that concerned me. And I'm just trying to be as upfront and clear about things as I can be. When someone built a spec home in Key Allegro, it's possible they could build a 7. I mean, they could, because their return on investment is so good. You know, it's so good of a return on investment. But to cut to the chase here, I think we're looking at a 7 minus. 942. Yes, 942 is what changed. That change, a 7 minus changes that to 942.
You know, just looking from the outside, that's not impressive.
Take it easy, she's right there.
Well, well, it's not like you said, the architecture.
It's still, there are houses. Very impressive.
I'm not offended.
At this point, it's good for you.
I like it. So that-
Yeah. All of the. That's and the second part, I get what you're saying.
If we building grades.
Building rate.
Yeah, I'm not a carpenter or a builder. I don't know, but I would. And I didn't ask my builder, because I have talked to him. I had questions about some stuff. I think like the cabinets, I don't think they're custom.
How about the grades of the grid?
It's good. Train, yeah, it's.
But your garage is not finished on the inside.
It's not finished on the inside. Nor is the storeroom. Four bedrooms. Three baths.
Three
baths.
You are down for. She's about the fourth house from Venture.
Yeah.
She's right across from the line.
Right where the restaurant right across the street, the restaurant that used to be.
It used to be.
Is right across the street.
Yeah.
Is what I heard.
This is our
I'm sorry, you guys just, what will you put picture that so that we can just be real clear? The appliances, I think, they're still good. They're still good. They're not like, I'm not saying that, oh my goodness, I wouldn't be caught dead with these. I mean, they're good. Yeah. Yeah, they're
So
good. That's her house right there. That's Ventura.
Can you go back, I need to.
Oh, yeah.
And so to the left, what waterway is that? Is that?
Sorry, what was it?
Oh, a little, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we do have a view.
They are gonna do this.
I know.
Oh,
So probably-
They're working on
That's
the
the-
marine.
that's the scope.
They're working on.
Okay, we're kind of doing it, we're gonna do the rest. Same time.
This. That may not be good.
So 942 is what that would be.
It's 7 minus. 7 minus.
Reducing. Now, are we able to do that, or he said he was? No, you're not, but you're able to tell me I'm wrong. That you shouldn't do
We
it,
can choose.
but then I'll just put it right back and she can come back next year. That's the way this has to work. We don't have to agree. You can do that, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm saying I would change it permanently, if you will, in the big of the sense it's more permanent and never used here. To 7 SS minus. That's what I think it is. I think it's overclass just a touch. That's my opinion.
And so that value 942 would be the 7.
SS minus.
minus.
That's correct.
Okay,
I'm fine with it.
Same too.
yes. I am too.
I'm fine.
I think everybody's fine with it. Now that we don't have to find change, just change the value.
Just change the value.
The 942.
And we'll see you again next.
Maybe.
So this year it doesn't change.
No, it changes for the current tax cycle.
Okay.
And count 2022 is 312. Case ID, count 24776, 30 Margaret Lawn Drive. After listening to the protester and the district, the ARB, depending on the value to be reduced from $1,012,120,000 to $942,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Bye.
Opposed? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Value we
for
came
coming
up
in.
with, right?
I do.
That's it.
Thank you. Close the hearing. They will mail the termination package.
Okay. Can I take this?
Yes.
Certainly, please do.
We'll do it now.
You can do it now and leave it, or take it home and email it, or take it home and mail it, you know, whatever is convenient for you.
Just turn it in.
I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, top.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think my problem should be taxed at all.
Right?
You think I'm gonna get away with that?
No.
Okay, then, we'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend.
That's right, Monday.
What's
Oh, yes. If they had a little.
It could be, yeah, and if you can do that. before this is involved.
Right, so I don't know if you wanna. Have it done in closed session before.
You guys closed, by the way?
We did?
Okay, okay, good.
We need a, 1 second. We need adjournment.
Oh, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Everybody
All in
opposed?
favor, yes? Get so anxious.
Okay.
I was looking for you.
Oh, okay.